Good morning. We're going to call the meeting to order. This is the State Board of Cosmetology and Barber Examiners meeting. Today is Monday, August 25th, 2014. We are starting the meeting at 9:30. I want to welcome everyone here. Welcome our new board. We are very, very excited. I want to welcome the schools and the students and everyone in the public to join us. I will start the meeting by taking roll. We've put you all today in alphabetical order, so Ms. Anita Allen, I'm going to start, and once I finish roll call, we will go back through so you can all introduce yourselves, and then we'll get started. Anita Allen?
Present.
Kelly Barger?
Present.
Nina Coppinger?
Present.
Bobby Finger?
Present.
Frank Gambusa?
Here.
Ron Gillahan?
Here.
Yvette Granger?
Here.
Patricia Richmond?
Here.
Mona Sappenfield?
Here.
Amy Tanksley?
Here.
And Diana Tefteller. Tefteller, thank you. And Ms. Judy McAllister is not here today. I am Roxana Gamusio, the Executive Director for the Cosmetology and Barber Examiners Board. With us is Counsel Robert Herndon and Administrative Assistant Betty DeMonbrun. If we could start, Ms. Allen, just a quick moment to introduce yourself.
My name's Anita Allen, and I'm a manicurist here in Nashville for over 25 years.
My name is Kelly Barger, and I have been a cosmetologist, hairstylist in Knoxville for 24 years and enjoyed it greatly. Nice to meet you all.
I'm Nina Coppinger. I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I am the education member. So don't look at my hair or nails.
Bobby Fingers, Memphis, Tennessee, barber.
Frank Gambusa, barber, 43 years, originally from New Jersey, live now in Tennessee for the last 29 years.
Yvette Granger, I am a natural hair salon owner in Memphis, Tennessee.
Ron Gillahan, I'm from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, and I'm a barber school owner.
Patricia Richmond. I am from Lewisburg, Tennessee, and own Franklin Hair Academy, School of Cosmetology, and I've been in the hair industry for 38 years.
I'm Mona Sappenfield. I'm an esthetician from Memphis, Tennessee, and I own Mona Aesthetics, and we've been practicing aesthetics for over 30 years. I'm very excited to be here.
Hi, I'm Amy Tanksley. I'm here in the Nashville area, and I own barbershops.
I'm Diane Tefteller from Anderson County, and I'm an instructor.
Thank you very much, and welcome again. The first order of business that we are going to have is pursuant to TCA 62-3-101 and 62-4-105. The board shall annually elect a chair and vice chair. At this time, I'd like to take any nominations.
I would like to nominate Ron Gillahan for chair.
I second that.
I would like to nominate Kelly Barger.
I will second that.
Any other nominations? Do they need to vote? We have a motion to elect Mr. Ron Gillahan with a second, and Ms. Kelly Barger. Are the nominations closed? Any other nominations? Okay. At this time, is one of the recommendations for a chair and the other one for vice chair? Or would you all like to proceed to vote?
Fine with that.
Vote for chair, and we're going to start with Ms. Anita Allen. You need to state which of the two you would like for chair and which one for vice chair.
I will. This is new to me. I don't know all the jargon.
Absolutely.
I'd like to vote chair for Ron Gillahan and vice chair for Kelly Barger.
Ms. Barger, your vote?
I'd like to vote myself for chair, and I wasn't sure that we're voting, I mean, we're not taking nominations for vice chair as well.
Let's go through and do chair first.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
So right now, we've got Ms. Anita Allen for chair. She has Ron Gillihan. Ms. Barger is voting for chair for Ms. Barger. Ms. Coppinger?
For Chair, Ron Gillihan.
Okay. Mr. Finger?
For Chair, Ron Gillihan.
Mr. Gambusa?
I ask how long the two have served currently on the board?
Each year, we go ahead and vote again. So right now, it's the remaining 3 meetings, and then for the, we generally haven't had a January meeting, so it may be January or February, we'll vote again.
I'll go the same.
Okay, Mr. Gillihan, all right. Ms. Granger?
Ron.
Okay. Mr. Gillihan?
I'll abstain.
Okay. Richmond?
Vote for Ron.
Okay,
I vote for
Havenfield?
Kelly Barger.
okay.
I'd like to vote for Ron, please.
Ron.
Based on the count, it appears that the votes are for Chair Ron Gillihan. And we will go with Vice Chair for Ms. Barger. Now, I need a motion to set that.
I second that motion.
Okay. I'll do the motion, the first motion is by yours. Anyone seconds that motion?
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we need to vote on Robert's Rule of Order for the remaining meetings in 2014. The board needs to vote that in. It was part of the orientation we discussed. I need a motion to carry our business, taking into, using Robert's Rule of Order.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay. I would like to introduce Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Commerce and Insurance, Bill Gillihan. I'm sorry, Bill Giannini. Thank you. Mixed.
Nice to meet you, cousin.
Good morning, Board. Welcome to Nashville. On behalf of the Governor and the Commissioner, I'm excited to have you here this morning for this first meeting of the merged boards of Cosmetology and Barber. It has been a lot of work for the administrative staff, and I know certainly it was a lot of work for the legislators that pursued this merging of these two boards last session. I know that there were people who said it would never be done, and it was done. I think it's exciting. It's representative of the type of government certainly the Governor Haslam and Commissioner Peake hope to have, which is a streamlined government, less regulation on people, as limited regulation as we can possibly have, while also protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public, which this board certainly does. And I'm excited to have you all here. I don't want to take a lot of your time. You have a lot of business that's stacked up over the past couple of months. I do want you all to be aware of where you are. You've got a lot of rulemaking ahead of you. You've got a lot of conforming that will need to take place to bring the two boards together. There are still lots of rules and some law that run head-on into each other. You will be charged with conforming those through rule. You are in an exciting place, I think, to do that. Probably much of what you do over the next 2 or 3 years will stand as the standard for the industry for the next decade or longer. So it's an exciting time. I would remind you that, again, regulation just for the sake of regulation is not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes the least amount of regulation, as long as we continue to maintain and be always cognizant of consumer safety, the least amount of regulation possible on these fine people here who are entering the workforce to go to work and make a living is the best type of regulation. I am excited. I appreciate each and every one of you. I think we have a fantastic new board, and I'm excited to be able to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Thank you very much. Now that we have enforced Robert's Rules of Laws, we're going to do we're going to make sure that the votes for the chair and vice chair were anonymous. So if we can go back, we have Ron Gillihan as chair and as vice chair, Kelly Barger. I would like to make sure, is everyone in agreement?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay. And regarding the Robert's Rules of Law, again, is everyone in agreement? All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. The next thing I want to bring up before we start official business is our website is now combined for the two boards. The Board of Cosmetology and Barber Examiners has one website. If you've not had a chance to look at it, all the forms and information and rules and laws are in one location. When you get to that website, you will see in the middle section notification options available. If any of you have not signed up to start receiving email notifications, I encourage you to do so. That is how the rules will be put forth for the public. Anything important that needs to go out to licensees, it's a way for regulatory boards, a change in laws to get communicated. Our licensees are doing a great job signing up. It is available to all of them. When you click on to sign up, you get to pick the boards that you want to register for. And we probably have over 3,000 individuals that are registered to receive our information, which is wonderful. So I do want to take a moment to encourage you to do that. Also on our
Question.
website,
If we've signed up previously, do we need to sign up again?
not at all.
Okay.
It's just the one time. And what I say when trying to explain it to folks, we don't send just random emails. It's important information that you're going to need to have. But our website is being updated. Not only have we combined it, Rachel Powers has done a great job helping put it all into one place, and we've got someone actually that's working to help us design it and improve it. We're going to have pointers on the website soon, possibly even videos to help the public. And so we really want to take advantage and use all those things. Also on our website on the left-hand side is verify information for licenses. It's verify.tn.gov. And that is a way you verify shops licenses and individual licensees. So just another thing for you to be familiar with in case you're ever asked. Okay, we are going to start with, on your iPads, you've got the first appearing before the board. Ms.
Ms. Roxana,
Yes.
if I could interrupt for just
Sure.
a minute.
Absolutely.
I know it's always been a custom for our boards. At this time, I'd like to ask everybody, if we would, to rise, and we'll have a pledge of allegiance to our country's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And for those who would like to remain standing for a moment, I'd like to offer a word of prayer and God's blessings on our endeavors. Dear Heavenly Father, as we've gathered here today as a new board to oversee and to promulgate the future of barbers and cosmetologists in the state of Tennessee, we ask your guidance and your blessings on our endeavors that we may serve the people of Tennessee and the industry to which we've been called. We ask your blessings on the members and of our craft and our population in general. It's in your name we ask these things. Amen. Thank you, Roxana.
Thank you, Mr. Gillihan. On your iPads, we are on page 3, and our first person appearing for the board is Ms. Elnora Dorch Warwood. She is requesting to be able to provide instructor seminars for 2015. She is with Beyond Beauty Group and provided the details of this 2-day course to the previous boards. It just didn't get completed before the 2 boards stopped operating. And so she is here before you again to answer any questions. If you could take a look at her material and the classes. Currently, continuing education classes are approved by the board every year. So in October, you will see the 4 that we already have. You're welcome to see evaluations from previous seminars that they've had and ask any questions you have, and they will all present their 2015 dates. And that happens every year to give them, again, the approval to conduct seminars for our instructors every year. And these seminars are for 2 days. And so I will let you walk them through what they're seeing and answer any questions.
Good morning, board.
Hello.
Thank you so much for taking time to listen to me. And I've been here a couple of times, so this is just a part of the process, but we're happy to be here. As Roxana stated, my name's Elnora Dorch Warwood, and I am the CEO and an educator for the Beyond Beauty Group. I also have another trainer. She's artistic director as well. Her name is Cherie Benson, who would also be conducting courses as well. And we just we're excited about what we're bringing, okay, in terms of continuing education for cosmetology and barbering. I've personally been to some of the other training, continuing education seminars, and they're all wonderful and they're all great. But we personally feel that we can bring a new feel and some new energy to what cosmetology instructors are needing right now. So we just want to have that opportunity to present for dates in 2015. And you should see in the information a breakdown of the courses and what they would entail. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Ms. Warwood, how long have you been doing these type classes in the past? Is this a new program?
Well, I've been an educator with the Memphis School. But I've actually been training with the Beyond Beauty Group since 2008.
Do y'all offer seminars in other states already, or?
No, but we're looking to. We've added some dates for Nashville, Knoxville, and Chattanooga for 2015.
Warwood, have you held a seminar before?
Yes, I have. Not for continuing education. Well, I actually have for University of Memphis. I've been a presenter there for a couple of years, but I have not conducted a seminar just for educators. The seminars and trainings that the Beyond Beauty Group focuses on is with salon owners. And they're basically leadership classes and boot camp training. So it addresses those issues such as business operations, marketing, staffing, things of that nature.
You mentioned that you would bring a new feel and new energy to beauty school instructors. How would you quantify that being a point of difference versus what they're currently receiving?
Like, as I stated, I've been to those seminars and I've actually trained and presented for University of Memphis, and the particular training that I was asked to do was professionalism and accountability, and the feedback was that it was really great and the energy was there, because after a period of time, sometimes things can get a little stale in nature. So our focus is to just kind of fill the gaps where maybe educators aren't being addressed. For instance, some things that are feedback that we've gotten from educators and from students is just preparing them for the real world. Something as simple as students knowing the difference between booth rental operations and commission. So those are things that in the school systems, they really need to focus on, helping those students be better prepared. So we want to offer that type of training as well.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Eleanor, will there be any customer service training?
Yes, that customer service training, because we we want to focus on customer service is really entrenched in everything. So not only we focus just on customer service, we would teach the educators on how to prepare their students to offer better customer service once they enter into the field.
Are you and Ms. Benson the only two presenters?
We are the only two. We're not the only two presenters for the actual seminar, but we are the only two that do curriculum development and conduct the trainings in terms of planning right now. But as far as that seminar, we will pull all of the educators that we feel would speak to those specific topics in a way that the educators receive the best training possible.
How will you involve your barbers?
Okay, and I'm glad you asked that question. That question was asked the last time I came in the bar. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to present at the barbers meeting. because it was canceled. But to address that issue, our focus in seminars, these seminars are for educators. So there should really be no differentiation between cosmetologists, barbers, estheticians in terms of education, because the training that you receive, it should be addressed to any educator that's there in attendance. As far as the breakout sessions, if that's what you mean, the breakout sessions, we will have trainers, barbers that are excellent in execution. So for breakout sessions, the barbers will get, just like the cosmetologists, chances to work on their technical skills.
So there will be hands-on training there with
Yes,
them
on the second day.
on the second day.
Since any education program has got to focus on teaching methodology, I think that's a requirement of the statute.
Yes.
When you're talking about hands-on training, you're talking about helping the instructors who are being trained to learn how to communicate. Is that the way I'm understanding this? So that they can communicate the hands-on training? Because just to demonstrate a haircut or to demonstrate a service is not really teaching methodology.
Well, the purpose of the breakout sessions, the methodology, the curriculum development, all of that, the first day is what the focus is on. The second day is more or less to fill in a gap. Sometimes as educators, you'll teach what you're familiar with and what you're comfortable with. So this gives educators an opportunity, for instance, if you're not great with nails, maybe you need to do a breakout session with nails because it would be a disservice to a student who's interested in becoming a nail technician, but that's just not your forte. So you would typically, sometimes we see educators steering away from that and only teaching the bare minimum. So we want to alleviate that problem by having breakout sessions.
Any other questions?
I do have one. I'm looking at the rules in the rule book for us to approve a program, and so I'm looking. It says a summary of the education and experience of each instructor for the program. Do we have listed in front of us the instructors that are going to be at the seminar?
You've got the two resumes only for Ms. Sherry Benson and Eleonora.
The last, Roxana, you might not still have this, but I did send that to you for the first board meeting that we attended when it was just for cosmetology, and then the separate board for barbering. But I can give you that or email that list to Roxana.
And the ad that's in our information about the boot camp, is that something separate from what we're talking about?
The boot camp is actually the topic or the type of style of training or seminar that we're offering. So it's the same thing. The only difference is that boot camp training is something that the Beyond Beauty Group has presented in the past to just salon owners. But what we've done is we've taken, because that has been such a success for us, we've taken that and we've incorporated a lot more that's tailored just for educators.
Roxanne, I have a question. I don't know if now is the time, but
Absolutely.
when will we know? You said we vote in October on all of the classes that will be offered for instructors, and at that point we'll have the feedback from the classes that were offered this year, correct?
Right, and the classes that have been offered in Memphis, Knoxville, and Nashville, those evaluations and expertises, 4, I believe, of theirs, those evaluations have all come in. All of those seminars are doing, at least from the evaluations, a great job. It's a lot of documents, so what we've done in the past for the board members is they're available at the board office for anyone to come and look at. I can try to email them in advance of the October meeting to all board members. I think that's what I'll do, because many of our seminar folks that are coming back, they don't actually appear. They give us the dates, and they know that you have evaluations and the fact that they've already done this for years. So for the most part, they don't reappear unless there's a concern with the evaluation. So far, those that have presented, their evaluations are coming through perfectly. So I'll make sure that in October you get them in advance, and then you'll see the dates, so that we want to make sure that we're fair and that the dates are distributed. One of the neat things that last year with adding expertise is we added 5 additional dates throughout the entire state, so that instructors have some options now. So right now, we have the Memphis, the Knoxville, and the Nashville that have been going on for a very long time, and then Expertise has different locations, a total of 4 dates that they've picked. They are all going to be, coming back and giving us their presentation next month. This would be on top of that.
Just curious in that I guess I look at this as a total yearly calendar rather than, is it possible to table this decision, or do we need to make a decision on this today?
No, it is possible if you prefer to take the dates into account and the material, and then look at the dates and everything that's being presented in October, and give Ms. Eleanor a decision next month. It's whatever you decide.
For clarity purposes for me, this will be an additional offering. The request is to be an additional offering to instructors to pick and choose what they want to attend.
Correct,
Right?
correct.
Okay.
Currently, we have, and at the end, I'll give everyone some numbers of our licensee pool. We have about 1,400 active instructors in the entire state that have to attend the 16-hour seminars. And so they just have to go once every 2 years. Before they renew their license, they must complete this requirement.
Are they fairly well attended? Offerings ample enough currently?
They are. The 3 big ones that have traditionally happened in the main cities, they probably have a pool from 100 to maybe 200 in each session that they have in attendance. I think they're pretty consistent. The addition of Expertise last year, they tend to have the smaller groups. And the dynamics of what they teach is for a smaller group. And for each of the seminars, a board member will be attending each time also. So we don't also only have the evaluations from the pool of instructors, but a board member that's gone to evaluate it for the following year.
Are there any other questions? Do we have a motion to approve, or do we have a motion to table until the following meeting?
I motion to approve.
I
We have a
second.
second.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the curriculum and program as it stands. We'll take a roll call vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll start. Go ahead.
Ms. Allen, we'll start with you.
I approve.
Ms. Barger?
I approve.
Ms. Coppinger?
Can I ask the attorney a question real quick? What does table exactly mean?
We postpone it until a later date.
It's not deferred, it's just, I thought tabled meant kill. No?
Oh, that's not what I meant. I apologize.
Right, I don't know, I'm just trying to get
But
clarification.
in this context, it's just going to be delayed for further information.
Yes, my only concern is I'd like to look at the dates and the locations of the other trainings
Right.
for the 2015
So
calendar.
you just wanted to defer it to the next meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Or until October when those dates are presented to us.
Okay. Ask me, can you state the motion again?
The motion more clearly will be to defer until the October meeting.
I vote to defer.
I'm sorry, did I say October? I meant September.
We don't
October.
have a meeting
Won't
in
have
September,
September
so it would
meeting.
be
Okay. It'll be
October.
I vote to defer.
Thank you.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, because I believe Ms. Anita Allen and Barger are voting to approve it right now as it stands.
I believe the motion was.
Right, that's the
approve
motion
it.
is to
Misstate
approve.
that, I'm sorry.
So
The motion was to approve.
But Ms.
Okay.
Coppinger, are you putting in a new motion?
No,
You're approving it?
no.
Okay.
It's a yes or a no vote.
So it's a yes or no, so it's a no vote. Thank you, we're good.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Fanger?
I approve.
Mr. Gambuso?
I approve.
Ms. Yvette?
I approve.
Ms. Richmond?
I defer it. I mean, no.
It's a yes or no?
No.
Ms. Sappenfield?
I approve.
Ms. Tanksley?
I vote no.
Ms. Stettenfelder?
I approve.
And I would vote no, so.
I believe we have 4 noes, is that correct? And we are 11, so it would be yes. The motion is that the seminar for Ms. Eleanor George Warwood for 2015 dates is approved, and the motion was made by Ms. Yvette and seconded by Ms. Allen, and the yeses carried the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is a new school application. Mr. Ralph Payne is with Queen City College. He's appearing before the board. He has presented the application, the fee, the bond. You have a floor plan showing a total of 5,360 square feet. There's an enrollment agreement, curriculum, and school hours of operation all provided for your review. I'll let you ask any questions once you get a minute to look at the floor plan, any of the plans. And then with schools, a board member does have to go along with a field inspector to inspect the school. So we can decide on a day while he's here, or after the fact, I'll be happy to set a date and we'll coordinate that inspection.
Mr. Payne, I'm looking at your clinic floor. And I assume those black squares are representing your workstations.
You're correct.
Okay. Are those, let's see, 6, there's 10 there. Are those double
And they're
stations?
doubled,
Thank you.
right, back to back.
Thank you.
Roxana, am I looking at 2 students enrolled? I don't know.
Oh, as far as the actual, at the end?
Right.
We have a total of 20 that have been turned in.
Oh, okay.
I just, as it is, our iPads are on 3 presentations, so we've deleted anything that you did need to, but we do have all 20.
Okay.
This is the sample enrollment, yes.
Okay.
ma'am.
I'm looking at the floor plan again. With the stations, you have 10 that's double to 20 and only 5 dryer chairs. Is that going to be adequate enough dryer chairs?
I believe the board only requires 5 dryer chairs at this time. Used to be 10.
And, what is the junior department, if I may ask?
A lot of people call it the doll room. That's where the first student starts, and they start working on the pin curls and finger waves in there, and they move out to the clinic floor as they progress.
Thank you.
We've been in the cosmetology business 30 years and just decided to expand. We also have a barber school in connection with the school in Clarksville. And there's a great interest in us putting a barber program in connection with this school in Paris for the West Tennessee area. And let me congratulate you guys on your appointment to the new board. I'm an advocate of this, and glad to see that the boards have joined, because barbers and cosmetologists are all out here to make a living. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve this application for a new school. Do I have a second?
I second that.
We have a second. Are there any other discussion? We'll have a vote.
I
Ms.
approve.
Allen? I'm sorry.
Roger?
A roll call vote?
We can do ayes, yays and nays if you like.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Ayes have it.
Ron, before I leave, I'd like to ask you one other question. Because of the interest that's being shown in the barber school or barber program in that area, is it possible, because we all work together, cosmetologists and barbers in the same, that if the cosmetology school closes at 5 o'clock, could we open a barber program at 5:30 to 10:30 and all day on Saturday? Because the school, the cosmetology school is going to operate from Monday through Friday.
I'd have to defer that to the legal, because I'm not certain there is a minimum number of hours for at least a part-time student and a full-time student.
That would give you 30 hours, 6 hours every afternoon and 8 hours on Saturday, which would give you a total of 30 hours for the week. I can find nothing in the law that's contrary, but I did want your approval.
I think the minimum is 25 hours that they must attend, and the maximum within a week is 48. And so that sounds like it would be.
I don't think there's any regulation on what hours or days that
That's
would be.
correct.
so-
That's correct. There is not.
Okay.
So I would have your approval to, we
Submit
still
it.
need 15 for the
Your
barber
barber?
program?
Right. And you'd
Okay.
be applying for that separately?
Yes.
Later on? Yes.
Yeah, we would
Yes,
apply
that is
separately
correct.
to that.
That is correct.
Okay? Thank you for your time.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
luck
sir.
to you.
Congratulations.
I got to go empty a trailer.
You'll let me know when you're ready to be inspected?
Yes, I can give you a date now, like the last week in September. We plan to open 6th of October, if that's convenient for the board. Okay. Thank you so much.
If when we vote, we can do just if everybody agrees a yay, and then if there are disagreements, then we'll take the roll, if that's okay with you. The other piece, when we do a motion, if I can make sure, Mr. Gillihan, if you know who voted it, if you'll just remind who did the motion and who seconded, that way we make sure that we've got the minutes as accurate as possible. Thank you very much. Okay, next, we are going to continue on our iPads, and we have a licensee before you. Ms. Nguyen attended a Tennessee license school in 2004. She took the PSI theory exam for a total of 12 times between 2005 and 2010 and failed to receive a passing score. In 2013, she received a license from another state where she was able to test in her language and pass both examinations. Ms. Nguyen appeared before the board to answer, she is here before the board today to answer any questions you have regarding that information. Ms. Nguyen is, her English is limited. I've spoken to her and met with her. What you're basically taking into account is, at this moment, the board is still not accepting licenses or reciprocity from the state of Texas, and that is where she tested and passed. However, her schooling hours, which is the main reason that reciprocity wasn't being accepted, is here locally in Tennessee. I was able to confirm those hours with the school. It's a matter of not having passed the exam here. And so if you have any questions, I may be able to answer some. And again, she's here, her husband is as well. She'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I clarify, she attended school in Tennessee.
That is
The
correct.
hours were here in Tennessee.
Yes.
But the test was passed in Texas.
Right. She actually, between 2005 and 2010, on your iPads, you'll see the breakdown of the PSI showing failed exams. She attempted it for a total of 12 times and then moved on. And at the end of our meeting today, I'm going to give you some updates on the language and where we are with that. I mean, we've made a big improvement in getting this in Tennessee, but it's not going to happen overnight. And so I do want to update you, but it's not going to help her. She's been waiting on this, and then with the reciprocity from Texas not being put through, it's putting her on hold. So on her application, as you can see, she attended the school in 2004. The next page is a letter where she's explaining to the board kind of her situation. And I'm going to give you some time to look at that.
That's the practical exam every time?
You would, in Tennessee, she never made it to the practical. If you don't pass the theory, that's as far as you go. You can't take the practical. In Texas, she took both. Texas uses PSI just like we do, And they were able to, PSI was able to confirm that she did take them and pass them, because I don't have access to those records directly. So I had that peace of mind of knowing.
Just as some information for the board, became familiar with this at one other session that we had last year, and it is alarming, and you'll see as a new board member how many people do go to Texas because of the language barrier, and then they request reciprocity in Tennessee where they actually live and have their families. So I would make a motion that she would, that we would pass her for her licensee.
We have a motion that we approve her application for reciprocity. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Sapperfield and a second from Mr. Gambuso to approve.
Mr.
I'm sorry,
Finger.
Mr. Finger. I heard from wrong angle. To approve. Is there any other discussion?
I have a question. Was she living in Tennessee when she went to Texas to take the test?
No, she would have gone to and stayed in Texas while taking the test. How long she was living, I don't know. I'll be happy to ask her, ask her.
I'd be curious
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And also, one other question I'd have is, we do not have reciprocity with Texas, so,
Currently, you're correct. We have stopped accepting reciprocity with Texas because there's an investigation going on. Until that investigation's resolved, that was the previous board's decision. So we're going to definitely talk about that again today.
so if that investigation was not going on and she was applying for reciprocity, it would have been a natural
Absolutely.
flow-through?
Yes, absolutely would have happened.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. You would like to ask her that question regarding if she lived in Tennessee or in Texas?
She's
Thank
in
you.
a glitch.
Roxana, do you know if the PSI requirements for Texas are essentially the same as Tennessee?
Pretty much. They're very similar except for the law. So their question is, was she living in Texas when she took the exam?
No,
No?
no.
To take-
She live in Tennessee.
Right. I'll let you ask.
Okay, when you went to Texas to go to school or take the test?
At the test,
Okay, you took the test, you were a Tennessee resident,
yes,
went to Texas to take the test.
yes.
W-
We transferred the hour here in Tennessee to Texas.
Uh-huh.
And they accept it over there, and that's why she took the test over there.
And what was your reason for taking the test there, you say?
For the language, her
Uh-huh.
own language,
Okay.
yes.
And that's what you were referring to?
Exactly, there are
Texas
hundreds.
offers language,
In Vietnamese.
languages other than
Uh-huh,
English. In
okay.
Tennessee, you can only take the test in English.
Okay, so the language barrier was a natural to maybe try to take it there. And also, the reciprocity would have been a natural flow-through had it not been for the investigation.
This unique situation, that's correct.
Okay, well, I'm good.
Other questions? Okay. As I said, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bless her heart.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, next is a little bit different, but has to do with the Texas as well. Next on your iPads is Mr. Nguyen. He was not able to appear before the board today. He completed the application to test in Tennessee in January 2014 for his manicurist license. What you see on your iPads is the application to take the examination. He was provided certification from Texas because that's, if you look at the bottom, that's the school he attended. And in January of 2014, we had not started the investigation to the point that it was. So he was actually approved to take the examination, got the letter, and as you can see from the Texas certification, the 600 hours were there. He passed the examination here in Tennessee. So his situation is kind of the opposite. He is coming from hours from Texas, and that is one of the schools that is under investigation. However, in January, when he completed the application, he was approved to take the exams. You have before you his exams from PSI. He passed both the theory and the practical, and he passed them in English. And so we need, again, for the board to decide if we should approve his license based on the fact that the school hours are possibly in question. However, he was approved at the time that the board was approving them, took and passed both exams.
I'm not quite sure if I understand the situation.
And as we go through the reciprocity and the felonies, I'm going to try to make sure to explain what the process in the board office is. So in this particular case, students sometimes go to school out of state and they decide to move here. They don't ever get a license in the state they went to school in. So they come to us and they bring their hours. They certify their hours through the state. In this case, Texas certified those hours and said that they were accurate, that they were 600 in manicuring. We, with that certification, have the authority in the board office to review his documents and approve that individual to test. So at that time in January, he was approved because of that. He took both exams and passed it. The problem is, by the time he passed the second one, we were in the phase of the Texas investigation where we weren't approving those. So it's kind of been on hold because he got a second letter that said that school has an investigation. And it would be the board's decision today whether, because in January he was given the approval, and the fact that he has passed the exam that we've created here, or do you not? My recommendation, looking at his information, would be to approve him because he passed our exams. But that is your decision. So generally, the board office accepts students from Kentucky, obviously Texas, Arkansas. A lot of our bordering states, they come without a license, so that's not considered reciprocity. That's considering just their hours, and we approve them to test. The international is different. You all get to hear the international hours, but the ones that have a state certification, the board office puts through. And when we talk about that again, you'll again give us the authority to do that because they're hours that are certified from the different states.
Roxana, are there many in this situation?
With him, he's the only one.
He's the only one? Well, it's kind of a timing issue
It's a
for
timing.
him, and
That's
he's
exactly
kind of
right.
slid in under the...
That's exactly right.
22.
I make a motion we approve.
I second.
We have a motion from Ms. Coppinger to approve the application before us, and was that a second by Mr. Gambuso? Is there any other discussion?
I'd like to make one point. In assuming that he is the only person, then we don't have any trouble. But, you know, more people come through, if more happen, then we continue to have to follow with this ruling. And I guess my point is, since I guess the board that granted him approval to test is no longer valid, it's no longer in existence.
Actually, he would not have needed to go before the board. And so because students, and we get them, at least 100 a month, that go to school outside the state, what the policy has been is if they have a certification from the state and complete the application, we, in the office, so the board members don't approve him. We would have approved him because he at that time met that requirement. If he doesn't substantially meet it, then those are the cases that you all hear.
Which would
Right.
be coming from Texas.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So as of February, the February meeting, that's when the letters started going out not approving the schools. You're absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. As we start with our applications for examination, these are two different processes, and I'm going to ask for the board to vote and give the office, again, permission to do some of these things. We were just talking about the being able to approve students that are coming in with hours from outside the state. So the process there is if they provide a state certification that says the number of hours that they've completed, the board office verifies the documents, takes that certification, and we put them through to take exams. You don't hear those. I would need a motion to continue to do this process.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Richmond and a second by Ms. Tettenfeller. I apologize if I'm destroying your name. To grant the board permission to continue as they have.
Thank you. The next,
We need a vote.
yes. Pardon me?
We need a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct.
Is there any discussion?
Question about the schools that are under investigation. So I would assume that that would come to you as well, and then any applicants who are transferring hours from any of those schools across the country, regardless of license or school type, would then be put in a different category or review category or something of that nature?
And that's a great question. So to update us, let's just do an update on Texas for right now. That investigation has moved pretty far, but it's not complete. The prosecutor's office has gotten their recommendations down on the school. So hopefully that will wrap up soon, and maybe in October I'll be able to give an update. That is the only state whose hours we're not accepting at the moment, and that was a board's decision based on the investigation.
Any hours, any school?
No, it's not any school. It's the schools under the investigation. So when an applicant from Texas brings in their reciprocity application, the board decided to not accept reciprocity, and if the board would like to change that decision now, we can definitely table it when we get to the reciprocal part. Not accept it, but allow them to fill out an application to test. And in that application where the school information comes in, if the school is under investigation, that's where it's been denied and really left as pending until something is concluded. So that's where those would stand. The only ones that the board office approves are those schools that the state is certifying and we're not having problems with. Thank you. Next is a review of individuals who have, yes, I keep jumping ahead. Yes.
Is there any other discussion? Any other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Interrupting you. Felonies. The next set of names that I'm about to read to you are individuals who have completed school, and the previous two boards viewed these as individuals who are going to have a second chance and be approved for a license once they sign an agreed order. And so these individuals have before you their letter stating what their charges were. Some of them, if they are incarcerated, you'll see an actual court document that says what the charges are. You're going to see a letter of recommendation from an instructor or school official. Sometimes it's a pastor that writes on their behalf. You'll have one of these for each of the names that I'll call out in a minute. And the process is when the student is finished with school, PSI submits that information to PSI. When they are entering it, when they hit yes on the felony, a note comes up basically, and it really stops the rest of the process on that student. The student should not be allowed to test until their information is received. And so the school or the student sends those letter from themselves and the letter from the school to PSI. PSI and the board office communicate and stop this individual from testing so that the board can see those documents and agree for an agreed order to be mailed to them. That agreed order is generally for 2 years of probation. And it just says that, as Rob explained, that if something happens and there's a complaint, that license can be looked at again. And so during that time, and the board can decide to make the agreed order for a longer length of time or leave it at the 2 years. Once it is signed and in our hands, then the individual can take both exams and they're given a license. So that's the process for these folks. And you have before you an application to test for Eric Brown, Kathy Cagle, Christopher Dansby, Natasha Duncan, Daniel Dunn, Tina Givens, Jason Hunt, Matthew Jackson, Tammy Jacobson, Amber Johnson, Chantel Perkins, Jennifer Wilson, Princeton Rogers, Ebony Rosser, Azelle Burns, Ronyetta Gray, Kenya Johnson, Ashley Mack, Nahala Radar, Javon Edwards, Charles Robbie, Joe Harper, Derek Key, Marcus Odom, Santus Holmes, Tanya Coley, Lisa McDaniel, Sharonda Wells, and Kefner Benton. All applications have felonies. Their applications for Tennessee examination are submitted for your approval and review. The required information, which is a disclosure from the student and letter recommendation, is submitted.
So all of them do have letter of recommendations. It's hard to look through all that.
They do. They do.
I make a motion that we approve with a signed agreed order.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger to approve these applications with felonies with a signed agreed order.
I'll second.
Do we have a second? Ms. Richmond has seconded.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
As a prospective employer, would a prospective employer have the knowledge of this kind of information other than running a criminal background check? Would that come through in their cosmetology board or barber board licensing?
Consent orders, once they're executed, are a public record, but before that, they are not. They're an offer to settle. So, yes, they would be aware if they did sign it and asked to see it.
A part of your question, Ms. Appenfield, might have been, would you just simply know because it's available out there? No, you would have to ask for it. It is not available to the public, but once they've signed it, it could be, right?
Got a motion and a second. We've had one question. Does anyone have a question over any individuals?
I have a question. Unsure how to word this, but with some of the charges of the people, as a salon owner, it would be very, very important to know some of this stuff because you're dealing with certain stuff that they're being charged with. So how would it be handled with each individual and each charge? You know, if we just throw it all in one bucket and say after the 2-year limit or something, you can go forth. But some of these are so very different charges. So that would be a concern of mine.
And
Still
you
felonies.
can. Mhm.
They're all felons.
For information, you know, as a salon owner, you can always on an application ask, have you been convicted of a felony? And then they're required to say yes or no.
Board office does not get in the middle of that. But if you're not comfortable with the length of the consent order, you can change that to make it longer.
Is the consent order in here for reference or no?
I make a motion to table this.
Excuse me, we already have a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Motion and a second.
Motion and a second, yes. If I may interject, in the past on the previous boards, which have no bearing on this whatsoever, the boards have generally listened to the council's advice in these matters. It is certainly within the board's powers, if you so choose, to add additional time for monitoring. If you have a question or issue with an individual case, if generally speaking, I think if the state has released them from custody and they have completed their courses, it's my opinion that they be given an opportunity to move forward. That is just my opinion. Everyone should vote your conscience. Having said that, I'll ask if there's a question about an individual you might want to take an extra look at. If not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The motion's carried.
With the two noes, Ms. Sappenfield? No?
No.
Okay. And who else?
Yvette.
Yvette. If you would like for the October meeting, I will be happy to put a sample agreed consent order so everyone can see what the language is. It's pretty standard legal language, but that'll hopefully, agreed order, help out a little bit. Okay, I'm going to get us a count of which page we're on.
$166.
I believe 166.
Next, we are going to be looking at international hours. As I discussed a minute ago, for the hours in other states, we are able to get certification. And so because the other states are certifying hours, we process them in the office. That's not the case with international hours. We have here before you an application for testing with hours in cosmetology from Mexico for Santa Briceño. The translated documents are provided, and they include a transcript and certificate stating that Ms. Briceño completed education in 2007. The curriculum and licensing practices, as you all know, are different in different countries. That would be the case in Mexico. And so these hours are in clock hours. Ms. Briceño is here to answer any questions you might have. I will give you a minute to review her information.
Decision whether or not she should test and move forward.
That is correct. She would have no license for us to give her a license through reciprocity, because that is only for U.S. states and U.S. territories. But we would be approving these hours if they meet the curriculum or are similar to what we have, so that you feel that she can test. And if you have any questions, I'll make sure that we call her up. If you don't, or then we may not need to.
Do you have a recommendation?
I recommend that we approve her to test based on the fact that her curriculum is there, and she seems to have some years of experience as well.
I'm seeing, I believe, is it 1,300 hours that's on her application? It's a little bit hard
Correct.
to. Okay.
To make a motion to approve her to test.
I second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Tanksley, and was that Mr. Finger? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Gambuso with a second to approve her to test. Are there any questions? Any discussion? None. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Next is an application for testing with 1,500 hours in barbering from Jamaica for Winston Edwards. The documentation includes a transcript and letter from the health department where the license practice is issued. Licensing requirements, the rules and the laws are different than they are in the United States. Mr. Winston is not here before the board.
Approve.
We had a motion by Ms. Sappenfield to approve.
I second that motion.
We have a second by Ms. Yvette Granger to approve. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to know if the hours are comparable to Tennessee from Jamaica.
The hours are on page 174. Listed is 300 hours in hair cutting, coloring, and bleaching 75, and 150 in shaves. It doesn't seem to include some of the sanitation hours or...
It's on the previous page.
Oh, it is? There you go. So from what I see, and Mr. Gillihan and Ms. Richmond might be able to state otherwise, but I think they're pretty comparable. For the
That is
1,500.
substantially the same.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Next, we have an application to test with hours in cosmetology from Germany for Melanie Phillips. Documentation provided includes a transcript and certificate stating Ms. Phillips completed her vocational education in 1996. The curriculum, apprenticeship requirements, and licensing practices are very different in Germany. Ms. Phillips is here before the board. If you would like her to explain how they complete high school, you would. Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
Thank you.
English turned into German, that's why I have my husband.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Just make sure that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome, and
Thanks
thank
for
you
that.
for coming in front of the board.
Thank you for the invite.
Ms. Phillips, in Germany, I believe, if my knowledge is correct, the requirements for completing a cosmetology or barber course is quite a bit longer than it is in the United States. Can you tell us
Germany-
about that?
In Germany, we have to go to school for 3 years, which means we have to go to school. We also work in the shop. We go 2 days out of the week to school. 3 days out of the week, we go to a beautician shop for 8 hours a day, and we do work on dolls, but we also start within the first year. We find our models, our friends, they come into our shops. We start experience. We making man haircut. That's where we start with man haircut, coloring, highlights, everything that's covered. So after 18 months, we have to take our first examination to see if we can pass along to the second part of our cosmetology license, or if we have to go back over the first part. Now I'm here. As you see, my husband is in the military. My dad was in the military. I'm sorry. My dad was in the military too. He died when I was 3, and my mom is German. I was born and raised in Germany. I met my husband. I've been with my husband for 15 years, and we managed to always be stationed in Germany where I didn't have to give up my job. Now we're here in Tennessee, and I try to do hair without going back to school and spend $20,000 while I have 18 years of experience of doing hair. And that's something I love to do. And right now I'm working in retail, but this is absolutely not what I want. I'm sorry.
It's quite all
Okay.
right. We understand.
So, Ms. Williams, after graduation from your schools in Germany, you actually practiced for 18 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, you are not just getting out of school. You've
Oh,
been
ma'am.
in the field for a
I
while.
graduated in 1996 with a 3.6. After the theory, we have to go to our practice. We have outside our school and our work, we go to seminars. We have where we specifically go in deep details for 4 or 5 days, 8-10 hours, just on specific safety, health, bleaching, everything that you need.
Ms. Williams, do you feel like that the German English language would be any kind of trouble for you to take the exam, the written exam here?
I believe there's nothing you can do. If you put your mind into it, you can do it. Of course, for me to do the theory part, I will have to study because I have to get used to the words. You guys use different acronyms, the words that we do, but I'm positive I can do it.
I'd like to make a comment. I'm very familiar with the German system. I have dear friends that own multiple salons in Germany. And when they come to visit me, they kind of wish they had the opportunity to raise hairdressers the way we do and send them to school, what they think is as short as we go. I employ over 210 employees. I probably couldn't get 100 if they had to go through what she went through. So I make a motion to approve her to...
I would second that.
Yes.
We have a motion by Mr. Gambuso to approve her application. And where was our second? Ms. Sappenfield? Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Congratulations.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much.
Next, an application to test with 1,200 hours in cosmetology from India for Manta Patel. Documentation provided includes the transcript and certificate stating Ms. Phillips completed her education in 2009. A separate certificate from 2011 shows additional hours for the Nail Academy. I'll let you review. She is not here before the board.
Do
Roxana,
not,
do we have any information on the curriculum from the previous school?
On page 190 is the breakdown of the 1,200 hours. The curriculum looks very similar, and then the following page is the, from 2009, just simply says when she completed the hair chemical science is what they are calling it there. The following page would be the nail piece for the additional 300 hours. So if you combine those, you do come up with the 1,500. These documents, as you all can imagine, we really don't verify. We can't verify them. If they don't look like anything that comes close, we ask for more. So in this case, I think we've got something similar to what we have. There are cases where the applicant may not have a transcript or anything that comes close, but here it looks like it does.
possibly the only thing we're missing is an exam.
Right, that's what you would be approving. You would be approving for this individual, like our others, to take the Tennessee examinations, both the theory and the practical.
Motion.
I make a motion we approve for examination.
Second.
We had a motion from Ms. Coppinger to approve for examination, and was that Mona? Oh, was it Tammy? Ms. Tanksley for the second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Application for testing with hours in aesthetics and manicuring from Germany for Kirsten Hardrick. Documentation provided includes a transcript and certificate of completion stating Ms. Hardrick, who previously Ms. Wilson, completed her education between 1990 and 1992, and Ms. Wilson was not able to appear before the board.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Tanksley and a second by Ms. Sappenfield to approve for test. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
And the last one for a request to test with 520 hours in manicuring from Vietnam is for Thu Thai Mong Nguyen. Documentation provided includes a letter of completion between March and May of 2014 in nail technician vocational training. Transcript with breakdown of hours could not be obtained. Board can approve testing if they wish. We can send a letter for additional documentation request. It's my belief from previous communication that this is all they could provide.
For clarification, her hours are still shy of what we require in the state
Yes,
of Tennessee, correct?
yes. 600 hours is what is required in the state of Tennessee. And previous boards have in the past asked for additional hours to be taken. The problem with that, and one applicant is coming before you soon that has not been able to find a school that will just give them the number of hours that they need. So it's something to keep in mind if you do decide to go down that route.
What's the minimum a school will give?
I don't know if there's a minimum.
I think it's a school-to-school basis. There's some that will give you everything you bring in, and there's some that will not. So it's per school owner.
Do we have a motion?
I think she needs to do the additional hours, unless there's no one that will
Make
take
a
her.
motion that she needs to go to school here. She needs additional hours before testing.
We have one motion that's already started, so additional hours. Do we have a recommendation for how many hours to complete the motion?
150 would make her come up to the 750, which is required.
This is manicuring,
Oh,
which is
manicuring.
600.
600, yeah.
Right, so she needs really just 80, but
Yeah.
that may be not enough for her to find, I don't know. Would you like to make the motion for 150, or are we going to 80?
I'd motion for the 80 hours. So it should be up with everyone else.
I'll second that.
We have a motion that should be allowed to, or that should be required to obtain 80 more hours in this course, and we have from Ms. Richmond and a second by Ms. Sappenfield. Is there any other discussion or recommendations?
I'd like to, you're saying that she can't find the school, right? Now, I don't know enough about
Right.
schools, but.
Not this particular applicant. We have in the past recommended additional hours be taken, and some students have struggled to find that. There is a person that will appear later with that situation. I don't know that Ms. Nguyen will have an issue with the 80 hours, but if that's the recommendation, she'll have to call around and see if a school would be able to do that.
But because it's case by case, it's potential that there is a school out there that would do it.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Is this a pretty common application dilemma?
With international applicants, sometimes it's even hard to see that the number of hours are really the same as ours. And so that does happen. In the last several meetings, both boards have simply, for the most part, voted that they test. And if they can pass the exams, that's been fine, as opposed to adding hours. It's been a while since we've added hours, I think because of that situation, that it's sometimes hard for them to find a school.
Hours in Vietnam are relatively new, like in 2014. So, with all the concern about the language barrier, I think going to school here will help her pass the exam and move everyone forward. Be a little bit more progressive if she does have the hours of her colleagues.
Other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and we'll ask her to complete the additional hours.
Thank you. And if we can make sure when everyone is voting to make sure that everyone does say aye or no, so that we're sure that everybody is participating. Thank you so much. We are now on the miscellaneous section of the agenda. This first piece is in compliance with Public Chapter 863 and 818, actually 3 public chapters affecting post-secondary education were passed this last legislative session. In the binders you received, those public chapters are in there toward the back so that you can become familiar with them. These chapters actually state that the Board of Cosmetology and Barber Examiners will be issuing letters for those schools that we license so that they can meet the requirements that have been mandated. So the following schools have asked for these letters, and in front of you is their confirmation that they are certified. Also, is a letter from the school that states that they provide school only to students that have finished high school, and then the affidavit that's put together. So if you would review those, what we're doing is actually voting for the board to send out letters to the following schools: Shear Academy, located in Crossville; Love Beauty School, located in Manchester; Paul Mitchell, the school. Campuses are in Nashville, Murfreesboro, and Knoxville; Sandra Academy of Salons and Services, located in New Tasselwell; Buchanan Beauty College in Shelbyville and Pleasantville locations; and Coffee County Beauty Academy, located in Tullahoma. All those schools will receive a letter stating that they are approved for post-secondary education if you approve them.
I'll make a motion that we approve this.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Sappenfield and a second by Ms. Tettenfeller to approve this request. Is there any discussion?
Can I get the formal definition of post-secondary education?
It's interesting.
I don't know if I could give you a formal one, but it's anything after high school, anything after your primary. So it would be any kind of, well, graduate or trade program.
So what is the purpose of the letters?
Well, there was a time when we were uncertain as to who the certifying entity was. We had some discussion last year about this. We kind of thought it was Department of, which one was it?
Our Education Commission.
Our education, but it turned out it wasn't. So it ended up that we assumed that responsibility through legislation, and that's what this is.
So why is it only for these schools? And
Teach cosmetology and barbering. It's a federal funding type of thing.
Amy, if I may, a lot of schools that are accredited to offer federal financial aid to their students are required by their accrediting bodies because at all levels they have to answer to the federal regulations. They're required to have a letter stating that they are an approved institution, that they've met the requirements of the state, and there was just nobody who was assuming that role at one time.
this is a formality.
This is a formality
for their lending practices, financial aid.
Yes, essentially.
Two laws that identify this board as the one that's authorized to do that.
Thank you.
We had a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
We are on page 241. This is a request for a waiver of Rule 0200-1-.10, which states that the original license must be paid within 6 months after the applicant is notified that they have qualified or passed the exams. Mr. Stanford's letter states that he was not provided documentation when he passed the practical exam, and that is the second exam that they take. The school tried to also assist him in getting the documents and contacted the board to confirm that nothing had been provided to Mr. Stafford timely. He would, if the board doesn't approve for him to get his license, he would need to take both examinations again because he waited too long. His 6 months' time expired on June the 3rd. He sent the paperwork into the office in July, and of course, we did not have a board meeting in July, so that's the reason it's a little bit lengthier. But in effect, that rule says that he's got 6 months to do it, and it does have the word in it that once they're provided the documentation. Otherwise, the board wouldn't have the authority really to waive this, but sometimes there's unique situations. So you're looking at his letter, and then again, he did pass both exams. It's just a matter that he waited a little too long.
It's my knowledge that whenever a student passes any portion of their state board exam with PSI, that they're given a document that indicates that they've passed that portion. When they pass the second portion, the practical, They're given that documentation as well as an application to apply for their license at that time. And I know that that statement is on there. It has to be. Have a motion.
To approve his license?
The motion would be to allow for the waiver of the rule that says 6 months has passed and he'd have to test, so that then we would be, by allowing that waiver, we'd be approving his license. So the motion would be to allow for the waiver of the rules so that his license, which he's already paid for and tried to apply, would be granted to him.
The result of no motion would be that he'd simply be required to continue and retake the test.
Was there a specific reason that he could not take his test within his 6 months?
No, he took the exams timely. What he did not do is submit the paperwork and the fee to the board to get the license.
Okay.
I don't know the exact reason why the paperwork wasn't handed to him. Sometimes PSI, the printers could be down. There's occasions when they'll have to follow up and send it to them. You know, it is the responsibility of the student or the applicant to make sure to still be timely. They should leave the schools knowing that rule and knowing that they've got 6 months. But his did miss by about a month.
Present
No,
today?
he states
No.
that he's not in financial or physical condition to do this year. When is he going to do it? I guess is the question. If we approve it, is he? I mean, will we see this again in 6 more months?
No, he has already completed the application. The bottom of page 243 shows his application. He completed it on July 29th. So he's mailed in the application and the fee. We just can't release the license because he's past that time frame.
I make a motion to waiver to move forward with his license.
Make a second.
We have a motion and a second to allow the waiver and allow him to move forward with his licensure process. It was made by Ms. Tanksley and seconded by Ms. Sappenfield. Is there any other discussion?
Did he give any reason why?
The reason was that the paperwork was not handed to him. He kept waiting for it to be sent, and by the time he realized that it was a 6 months gap, he was pretty much over the time, so.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Next, you have a request from an instructor, Martha Braxton, to place her instructor license on inactive status. She needed to have attended the seminar, 16 hours that are required of continuing education, by August the 31st. Her letter explains her health issues and a situation with her health she's had since 2012. Again, with no meeting in July, it could be that we would have been able to present this timely, but at this point, there is no seminar for her to be able to attend to be in compliance with the statute, which says that for them to go inactive, they must be current with their continuing education. So you would be approving for her to still be able to go inactive.
I feel like with a medical condition and having the documents from her doctor sent in and recorded, I think that would be fine.
Is that a motion, Ms. Richmond?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
I second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Richmond and a second by Mr. Gambuso to allow her to place her license on inactive. Is there any other discussion? Is that correct? Okay. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Page 248, this is a request from instructor Sharita Broom to accept her continuing education hours. She attended expertise session in July 2014. She needed to have attended in 2013 as opposed to waiting. Her letter or her notes explain, and she's called the office, that she thought she had until 2014 to take this. She is current with her license, but again, she's already attended the July session. She's asking that we accept that session in lieu of the 2013 because she either misunderstood or when she called, she was given the wrong year. And so she's taken it already. If it is not approved, she is behind on taking her continuing education, she would in essence have to test for her instructor part if we don't approve the July session.
She's been an instructor since 2009.
Correct, 2009. So she attended in 2011. When instructors start, they've got to take it pretty soon. She did ask for an extension at that point, and that could have been what confused her on the years, because she had an original extension for the first one she attended. And so
Is this the first one she's attended, or do we have that information?
she attended one in 2013 that would have met that first requirement. But that's probably what threw her off in when she thought she needed to go back.
I move that we accept and approve the 2013.
The 2014, the July 2014
Right,
she attended?
right.
Okay.
We have a motion by Mr. Finger to accept the 2014 continuing class. Do we have a second?
A second.
Do we have?
I'm sorry, Ms. Teller had.
Ms. Tefteller.
But we just didn't hear her.
Ms. Tefteller seconded. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Next is a request from instructor Yolanda Buchanan to place her instructor license on inactive status. She needed to have attended a seminar with 16 hours of continuing education by July 31st, 2014. Her letter explains financial reasons for placing her instructor part on inactive and not being able to have attended the seminar. There was no board meeting in July for her to have been able to ask for this timely.
Move to approve placing her instructor license on inactive status.
Second that.
We have a motion by Ms. Barger and a second by Yvette to allow her to place her license on inactive status. Is there any discussion? Ms. Roxanne, I have a question that it might be on someone else's mind too. I'm concerned that as we get a lot of these type of requests, that people will start to use this ability to provide a crutch for them to skip the continuing education training or put it off, and allow them to avoid the requirement, because certainly whenever the license, if it comes back in front of us to be heard again to reinstate, there would probably need to be, well, certainly in the law they'd be required to do continuing education, but this is a game that can probably be played to save money. It's quite expensive to take the continuing education training, and
too.
it's an investment of time. It's good training for the instructors. As a school owner, I can tell you that. I think it's good for our industry that the teachers are learning how to do these things. So that's just a concern I have as we move forward with these type cases. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Ron, assuming that she would become active again,
Mhm.
when would that?
Actually, can I get you to press the button?
Oh,
so
I'm
we
sorry.
hear? Thank you.
Assuming she would become active again, when would she be required to go back to the continuing education? Does she have another 2 years, or does she have immediate requirement to fulfill that?
When an instructor comes back and stops being an inactive instructor, they must go that same year to the next available session. And now that we've got a lot of dates available, that shouldn't be a problem. In the past, it might have been, but that shouldn't be the case now. And along the lines of what you're saying, Mr. Gillihan, I think the previous board had kind of come to the conclusion of what things they would consider as a legitimate excuse, such as health issues, and not financial, was the way they would lean. And the board office, because the statute tells us that if they have not taken it, and that date has passed, we can't approve and do anything. So they will come before you for those every time.
Just a point of information, this particular applicant appears like she is not employed as an instructor. She's choosing just to renew her cosmetologist, esthetician, and nail tech license.
Instructor.
Right?
She's an instructor also.
Well, she's asking to put her instructor on inactive
Correct,
status.
correct.
Okay.
She would be renewing the cosmetologist esthetician portion if you allow her to accept the waiver, if you will, and not lose the instructor piece. Otherwise, because she was not timely with taking the continuing education, that would be gone. When she wants it back, she would have to retest.
Further?
She, is her license current?
July 31st is when it was made current, so she's paid the amount less the $10 extra for instructors, and the license can't go out until either we lose the instructor piece or it's approved. And then she would have to go to the next available session.
And you come back if your license has been on inactive status and then you come back, is there a fee to reactivate it?
$10 fee to get back to active, and then you take the next available continuing education in that year.
Like Roxana said on the previous board, we did look hard and long at medical situations, but not so much financial hardships, because that just could be endless.
So the motion was to approve her placing the license on inactive status.
Correct.
Okay.
I do have one additional question. How often can someone go back and forth between active and inactive? Is that indefinite?
There is no, and Rob will correct me, I don't believe there's a limit of how often. What the statute does say is that they may ask for an extension only one time of the continuing education, and she's not asked for it until then, until now. But they can come back and forth.
Roxana, is there a financial advantage to not taking the class, filing for the extension, and then paying a fee just to retest? I mean,
Well,
that could be kind of a cycle.
It could. The continuing education seminars vary in price, but for the most part, it's at least $200. And then if you're staying
Answers my
overnight and all that,
question. Thank
the
you.
exams are easily the $140. I mean, she'd be taking, so the difference isn't that big if they lose it. Most instructors that want to do this just don't ever want to lose the instructor piece. They want to hold on to that and not have to wait and test and do all that.
I have a comment. In the future, if a situation like this comes again, is there any way that that particular person can show documentation of financial hardship?
If that's what the board would like to see, and we'd need some guidance on what that means. If it's medical records, that's fairly easy. Sometimes we've gotten letters stating that a person was laid off. For the most part, it's just a letter. We haven't really gotten, we just have to draw the line on what it is we're going to ask them for.
Or maybe moving forward, we can kind of discuss that at some point.
So with this particular instance, should we not approve her request to place her instructor license only on inactive? Then she would just let it expire.
Correct. She would lose it completely. If she wants it back next year or 10 years from now, she would have to retest. She would be able to, her cosmetology and esthetician license would be renewed.
Is there a way that we could, at some point, find out if there are people that frequently do this versus just one-timers that go back and forth with
Going inactive?
Yes.
With asking, there isn't, because if they've asked once, they're only allowed to ask for the extension, the one time. But going back and forth between inactive and active, there is a way to find out. We've never done it necessarily, but there is, because there's nothing that says that you can't, and that's very possible. They just need to go timely.
I just think, my opinion is it's the responsibility of an instructor to, to continue their continuing education, to make sure that they do that as timely as it's scheduled. And so I just think, I feel bad for her, but I think she messed up.
But she's not talking about her continuing education. She's just asking to place her license on inactive. Is that correct?
Because she didn't go.
But it's because she didn't go timely to the continuing education.
But she'll lose that instructor's license, right?
Correct. Correct. She would have to retest. So when she's ready and wants it back, she would have to apply to be able to retest for the instructor part.
She was unable to be here today.
That's correct.
And I know as a school owner, we do stress that so much to make sure that they know they have to go the year that they get their instructor's license, and then it's every 2 years. So they know that most schools to really push it to make sure they understand that.
The requirement exists to benefit the students, and then that benefits the workers. Okay? Are we ready to vote?
Well, sorry.
No.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I did not understand that this was related to her not taking her continuing education in a timely manner. I thought she was just requesting to place her license on inactive along with her other licenses. So I move to withdraw my previous motion.
And just so I can get clarity, her wanting to put her license on inactive, does it not have anything to do with financial strain and health issues?
I don't know that her letter talks about health. Health insurance eating up, a bit of her pension. It is a financial strain is her reasoning, and what she's wanting on inactive is the instructor piece.
So did she or did she not take the test in a timely manner? I'm getting a little confused. Are we talking about a timely manner? Oh, it's not a test.
It's not a test. We're talking about having taken continuing education. She had a 2-year span of time to take continuing education and should have taken it by July 31st, 2014.
And this letter was received when?
Letter is dated on July 9th, so because we didn't have a meeting in July, it is very likely that we received it by July 31st. Now, there would not have been a seminar for her to attend. Had there been a board meeting, you all would have been able to decide whether to allow her to place it inactive or not. July is one of those months.
We did have a, no, I'm sorry, I was thinking about. As it stands, we have a motion from Ms. Barger to withdraw her original motion.
I just needed to withdraw the original motion.
I'd like to make a new motion to deny her request.
I second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger to deny the request, and who is our second? Ms. Richmond. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Next on your iPads is a request. The letter in front of you is on page 257. This letter is from Sierra Gordon. Sierra Gordon is one of our continuing education seminar approved vendors with expertise consulting. She is requesting that the 16 hours of continuing education that she has to take herself be allowed to count for the hours that she spends preparing the seminar to teach. The letter here provided explains that she and her staff that she uses for those seminars invest a lot of hours putting it together, doing the presentation, and again, preparing for it. And so this is, she could not be here today, so I did promise that I would present this. If you've got any questions, I'll
It's not
try
just
to
for
answer.
her, it appears it's for herself and everyone else on her team.
That is correct. I don't know how many are on her team now. I think we'd have to look at that depending on who's teaching them. Sierra Gordon did have a partner that taught almost all the lessons, the seminars last year. That won't be the case right now. It's just under her, but it's very likely that she has other individuals, and so it would be the board's decision if you just want to allow her or anybody involved. And if you've got further questions, we can.
So I just want to clarify, right? These instructor seminars are for-profit seminars that students pay to attend and the instructors are paid to present, and somehow she distributes that money to the other people on her team.
And students don't attend them. These are the seminars for instructors.
the instructors pay.
Right,
I apologize.
correct. So I'm sure there is a distribution. She's paying someone else if they're doing a portion of the day and what have you. Yes, you are correct.
And she's getting paid for the seminar too, right?
Yes,
than-
the
more
board
than
has nothing to
likely.
do with the money
Right.
that is taken in from those seminars.
Yeah, so if you don't want to pay for a seminar, just give one
And
and.
put it together.
Yeah, I see a real problem with
Yeah,
this.
I do too.
And you know what you know, and you can teach what you know, but she might learn something else if she goes to a different seminar.
And it really concerns me when she's saying not only herself, but her whole staff.
Do we have a motion so that we can get into discussion?
I make a motion that we deny her request.
Second that.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger and seconded by Yvette, and I apologize for being so familiar, to deny the motion. Now, do we have more discussion? Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
I will interject one piece. As I looked at this request, I looked at the other seminars that are offered, and so in October, when we present the sessions, that may be something we take a look at. I believe one of the sessions does have individuals that are very involved. They actually do meetings throughout the year. They put a lot of information together, and they have been approved by the board, but it isn't, but they also attend the different sessions. They don't attend what they're teaching, they attend what the other people are teaching. And so I just wanted to bring that up. And of course, for attorneys, for example, when they when they put together a continuing education, it's allowed that they count that. That doesn't mean that we need to, but just additional information. So,
We can look at as developing a mechanism.
yeah.
Many professions will allow this once, but if you teach substantially similar subject matter repeatedly, you wouldn't receive credit for it. It's got to be substantially different. You have to do different research, and I don't know if that's what she. Because I teach the same class over and over, I shouldn't have to get more. I don't know if that would be appropriate, just in light of.
Well,
how
just
the
out of curiosity,
professions
at the
operate.
attorneys' conventions, do they get paid for putting them on, or is it just the instructor doing the seminar who might be getting paid for that piece, but not necessarily?
Well, like if you're where I went to law school, the professors are actual lawyers that are licensed, and they get credit for teaching because the law changes and they have to do research to continue to class. I think if somebody asked for something like this, and I don't want to get way off subject, but one of the things I wanted to do, because I'm listening to you talk, is how to build this board's infrastructure and see if we can build some kind of mechanism to address these problems and perhaps formalize them. I was thinking maybe some committees, like a policy committee or a rules committee, and complaint. The difference between a policy is policies cannot affect a license. That's things that we come up with on how we do our day-to-day business. But to do something that affects somebody's license, it has to be in a rule. So if we can talk about that at some point, about who might be interested in getting together on different committees to talk about this and then present this to the large board.
It's a good idea. In particular, with this instance, it should be the same across everyone offering these seminars, not just one group or another in terms of what is or isn't a trade, those sorts of things. I would agree with you.
I'd like to get together with committees at your pleasure to try to put some commonality, I guess, to some of this, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time.
Perhaps at the end of the day, we might take a couple of moments and see if we have volunteers for any particular committees or something anyone would specifically like to be on.
We have a motion and a second. Did everyone?
We had a vote, and the ayes carried.
Next is an instructor, Katrina Gary. She's requesting an extension on her continuing education hours because she lives in Michigan. Ms. Gary was given an extension in 2013 for the first and only time she took the continuing education class. She must renew by September 30th, so she's not actually late. The problem that we have is that there's no seminar offered for her to take it. And so when there is one offered, of course, the answer, it wouldn't even come before you. The answer that we would give them is you have to attend this session or you've lost the opportunity. In this case, there's nothing in September, and she lives out of state. So that is the reason for her request.
For one pass.
That is.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Move that we accept her request.
Move that we accept her request to allow her to extend. Okay. Do we have a second?
Since she's out of state.
Why is she out of state?
She doesn't live in Tennessee anymore. She lives in Michigan.
So the Tennessee instructor license carries over into Michigan?
No, but she probably just doesn't want to lose it. I don't know that she's working and has a license in Tennessee or in Michigan. It's likely that she does, but she doesn't want to lose her Tennessee license.
I'd like to bring light to the fact that you probably deserve some credit for asking in advance instead of coming in afterwards and saying, you know, we let me off the hook. So
Right.
I think that goes a long way with me anyway.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Finger and a second by Mr. Gambuso to allow for the extension. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. I'm a no. So
Thank you.
the ayes carry.
On page 261, Sheer Perfection Academy of Cosmetology is changing ownership. The request has been received by the board office. A letter is provided from the previous school owner. The school must be inspected by a board member before it can be approved. And paperwork on the change of ownership is in front of you.
I move to approve the ownership change.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Tanksley and a second by Ms. Tetfeller to accept the ownership change. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
This will be approved pending the inspection of a board member. I'll get in touch with the school and the new owners, make sure that they're ready to be inspected, and then I will contact the board member closest to that area that can inspect that school. Thank you. Next on your agendas is on your iPads is Virginia College of Business and Health. They are requiring us or requesting us approve them for a name change only. No inspection is needed based on this. The information here states that they are going from Virginia College of Business and Health to Virginia College.
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Tetfeller to approve and a second by Ms. Sappenfield. Is there any discussion? I have a question. Is there not a requirement that, maybe I'm reading this wrong, is there not a requirement that it must state that it's a school for hair, cosmetology, barbering
Has the list.
in the name?
Don't think so. I don't believe, Rob, can you think of anything?
Several others that don't.
That don't have the name in it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think there is. But that's a very good question.
I think it's a good idea.
Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, the next quick update that I want to give everyone, and then we'll talk about lunch and break if you want to stop before we tackle reciprocities. Field trip requests. The previous board, in particular cosmetology board, schools do field trip requests for hours all the time. We have a form that is what you see in front of you from Paul Mitchell to School. That's the electronic version of the form that's available on our website. Schools complete this and they email it to the board office. The previous board has given me the authority, so I will need a motion to have that again if you so choose. And basically, if the field trip request hours meet the curriculum for the school, such as visiting a shop to learn more, doing some marketing, learning how to dress professionally, all things that meet our professionals being ready to go out in the workforce, then I can, if it's at your discretion, approve those myself. I email them right back within minutes. The school knows that it's approved, and we're not waiting for the next board meeting. The only time I would be presenting these is if I'm hesitant on what they're asking to do. That's the case with these two. So if you will take a look at it, let me know, do a motion to approve these, and then the other separate motion I need is if the board is still in agreement in not hearing all these requests and having me approve them.
What are your concerns about this application?
It's marketing for the school. It's advertising for the school. I don't personally know that that meets the curriculum. It'll be your decision. Schools attend shows all the time. Those have been approved historically. They visit shops many times to learn how to buy products, how to price things. All those things I've been approving for the last couple of months, and they've been going very smoothly. But if I'm hesitant, then you'll see them.
I believe you've also approved for them to go and do some hair cutting
Oh, yes.
for voluntary back-to-school opportunities for children in various neighborhoods. So.
Yes, absolutely, you're correct.
I realize that one is asking for 8 hours and one's asking for 4. Is there a minimum or maximum of allocation?
That's a real good question. No, there really isn't. It's whatever they think they're going to need. The schools also, for example, the schools that are present here today, they let us know that they're coming, and of course, that's always approved so they can take part and witness a board meeting and learn from it. Sometimes it's 16 hours even if they're going out of state for a show in Atlanta. I know in Georgia, a lot of the schools have been asking for those dates, and so it would just be the maximum of 8 hours in that day, not their travel, obviously. But
That's probably the
attending
bigger issue we need to consider, again, based on not having to have all these case-by-cases with 4s and 8s and 6s and 12s, and, I mean, that could drive us nuts here, I think.
And right now, if the board agrees again and gives me permission, I see those. If they meet the standard of education and curriculum, I approve those as they come in. You will not see them, or your meeting, and our cosmetology meeting used to get 30 to 50 requests. We were there forever. I had them on a spreadsheet. It was not pretty. So if that's okay, we can do that motion first. I would be approving those that without meet the curriculum. If I'm hesitant, those are the only ones that we will take your time to view.
We have a motion to allow the director to approve these school field trips as she has in the past.
Make a
So
motion.
Okay.
Everybody like, you can have that job.
We'll take Ms. Coppinger as the motion.
You got it.
Second.
Ms. Richmond as the second.
How long was that list?
Pretty long.
Is there any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Congratulations, Ms. Roxana. That's your we do still have these two on the table here.
They state the number of hours and what they went to do.
Can we vote on these together?
Yes,
Oh, I
absolutely.
make a
They're
motion.
the same thing.
They're asking for them to approve these hours for this field trip. I make a motion that we deny both.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger and a second by Ms. Barger. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
To deny these two requests. Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries, they're denied.
Wonderful. That ends your first presentation on your iPads. Not to say that we are, home free by any means. We've got two separate more presentations. You can tap at your upper left-hand corner, and you'll see that the library comes back up. What I want to pose to everyone is, would you like to take a lunch break now? Reciprocities, I believe it's 270 pages. We will move fairly quickly. We do have several individuals with reciprocity that are here before the board. If you would like to hear them first, I have them in front of the reciprocity application. That way they do not need to waste an additional hour. That would be my request if that's everybody's. Okay, that would be fantastic. So tap back to your libraries to where you see your three presentations, and if you would open up your reciprocity files. Thank you. The first individual is Carlos del Valle Valentín. We have an application for reciprocity of master barber license from Florida for Carlos del Valle Valentin. Certification shows an initial licensure in August 2012 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. At the March 24, 2014 Barber Board meeting, the board voted that Mr. del Valle Valentin needed to complete 300 hours in order to meet reciprocity requirements because he did not have enough work experience. Excel Barber and Style College provided a learning confirming that he has completed the 300 hours. Mr. Valentin is appearing before the board to answer any questions that you might have, so he has already completed that requirement. At that board meeting, the decision was not made as to whether we would grant him the reciprocity license or he would still be required to do anything else. My recommendation is that he be approved for reciprocal license at this point because he has the full 1,500 hours.
Be here.
Yes, he is. Mr. Riley?
Thank you for coming in front of the board. We appreciate your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions?
Have you taken an exam?
For the state board in Florida before I moved here, and I worked for two years in a shop.
How long have you been away from Florida? Have you just moved
I just
here?
recently moved here in February.
Okay. And you're not working in a shop here?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
So did you take a practical down there in Florida?
Took it in school, but in Florida, all you had to do was a theory.
Florida is one of those states, and you're going to hear a lot of reciprocal applicants, and we can talk about that also, that is, they, for cosmetology and barbering, they only take the theory. And in Tennessee, of course, we've got the practical as well. Their hours are less. They're the 1,200, which is the reason that he completed the additional 300 hours the barber board told him to complete. So he does not have the practical exam, but he's got all the hours.
So you do not have the practical, but you did work in a barber shop for 2 years?
Yes.
A motion to allow.
Ms. Yvette made a motion to allow him to, for reciprocal, for reciprocity from Florida, and Ms. Sappenfield seconded. Is there any discussion among the board?
Yeah, would there be anything against asking him to take the practical here, being that he didn't do it in Florida, just to?
That's a really good question. I had the conversation with PSI. We've never recommended that in the past to make sure that we could do it because we have several applicants that are going to be in this same situation. PSI said that as long as we in the board office do it manually and specify that that's the only exam, yes, they will approve him to just take the practical if the board wishes to vote on that.
I would make a motion that he would take the practical
That's what I
since he's
thought.
never done one. And I have a question. Is there any track record of, in the applications for reciprocity, if there were complaints on these individuals in other states that would, they would be somebody that we would be looking at complaints in the future? I mean, not in his particular case. I apologize if that seems personal. But
That's a
it's
good
not.
question.
But
So is your question
would we
applying?
have any when they're applying here? Would we have any knowledge of complaints in the past that we base our vote on? Or I mean,
we have not historically done research to see if they have complaint history. That's not to say that we couldn't. The problem with complaint history is it's not that easy to look at the different states and find there could be an issue with the name. If the name is common, Social Security numbers aren't going to be available. So yeah, we'd be researching. Right. So right now we don't, but we could look at, especially if there's a concern. If the board has a concern for an individual, we definitely could. Yes.
May I ask Carlos that question?
Absolutely.
Carlos, would you be open to taking the practical portion of the test, being that you've done hair for 2 years?
If I have to take it, I have to take it, I want to work already. That's what I love doing. So
How long would it take to possibly allow him to take a practical test to get him employed if he was to pass?
Oh, if we put him in, we could put him in within 3-4 days to take the practical exam. He'd have to make sure to get a seat that has the space for the practical for a barber.
That's offered on the first and third Mondays in the Nashville area.
It depends on the availability for the seat. It depends on the location, because he's traveling here. You don't live in Nashville, so he's actually traveled to get here.
Is there a fee for that?
For the exam, yes, it's $70.
And where would he obtain the learning for the practical?
He's already done the schooling in Florida.
Okay.
So he's tested and passed the theory. He's passed the practical in his school. It's just not the state examination like ours is.
With reciprocity from Florida, if I'm not mistaken, they require 1,200 hours. The Master Barber program is essentially the same. They have additional time they require for HIV and AIDS study and those type issues. This young man, I think, has passed the requirements of Florida, and we do have a reciprocity agreement with them. He's been working in Florida for 2 years. We have a motion, I believe, on for reciprocity, and I'm sorry, I lost my second. Who was the second?
Tappenfield is the second, and
Okay.
Mr. Vick, yes.
So those are the motions that are on the floor. The law in Florida is substantially the same as it is in Tennessee. So
I was taking the additional 300 hours also.
he has taken an additional 300 hours.
That was voted on the, at the barber board
That was
for him
voted
to
on the
take
previous barber board.
additional 300 hours?
Yes.
But it was not decided then whether or not he was going to take the Tennessee.
It was not
Gotcha.
determined that he should take the other test.
Okay.
And he's had 2 years on the master barber already.
He's been working in the field for 2 years.
For 2 years. I just don't see where we need to give him a practical test.
I agree.
I agree with that.
Again, the motion on the floor is to approve the reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next, also here appearing before the board, reciprocity applicant with an esthetician license from Puerto Rico for Mariela Hernandez. Puerto Rico does not issue a license to estheticians like they do to cosmetology. They're a little bit different. There is a certification and a number there for you to see. I was not able to verify the certification yet, so that's something that I can still try to continue doing. Her transcript is provided for you to view, and she's here to answer any questions. My recommendation is that the applicant provide the transcript of hours and the breakdown, and that I be able to verify this license. It is a little bit difficult to verify licenses and information with Puerto Rico, so she hopefully will be able to answer any questions you have. Ms. Hernandez?
Marieli Hernandez. Okay, gracias.
Thank you for coming and being at the board. I think our audience, and just for a moment, I'd like to thank the audience for being here today and participating in your board meetings. It shows how much you care about the industry, and we look forward to continuing to be able to serve you. I think you see that we sit with equity in mind, that we want to do what's best for the industry. And with that, thank you for being here. And can you tell us a bit about your situation?
Yes, I have my cosmetology license here in Tennessee and in Puerto Rico and Florida too. I moved to Puerto Rico, but I studied in Puerto Rico. I work with plastic surgery doctor and dermatology doctor in Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, we have the license. It's not like a license, it's like a certificate. We have cosmetology license and nail license, but I don't know why we've been having problem to have the license from Puerto Rico. But we have a certificate that I sent. It's like a license, but it's not a license. I even have a number. I've been working for 30 years in the industry, I'm working with doctors, and the only that I asking the esthetician license here is because I work with doctors, and with the cosmetology license I can work here like esthetician. But I would like to go back and work with doctor, with plastic surgery doctor and dermatology. I've been working for 30 years, and I would like, if you give me the opportunity to start working. I have many years, I have the experience. I have I studied 900 hours in Puerto Rico, and I've been working with doctor for at least 20 years. So I would love to start working here. My English is not that good, but I try, and I have the experience. I love, my passion is the esthetician. I know how to do hair, everything. I do makeup for movie, other things, like my other side, doing makeup, but the esthetician is my passion. But I need you to give me the license so I can start working, because they always ask me for the license of esthetician. And I don't know, I just pray.
Ms. Lopez, are you aware that in the state of Tennessee that if you work for a doctor or a physician, whether you have an esthetician's license or not, doing the same skills, that they are exempt from this board? That they get exemptions? You're not required to have a license.
They ask me. They always ask me, when I go here, I live in McMinnville, Tennessee. So I go to Melfi-Boro. There is 1 hour from there to work, because in McMinnville, we don't have plastic surgery or dermatology doctors there. I hope in the future we'll have it. But they ask me, I don't know. They always ask me for the esthetician. I have my resume, a long microdermabrasion, peelings, every esthetician, medical esthetician too, that I study, but they asked me for the license. So that's something that taught me to work. And
In the
that's the only thing.
certification in the standards in Tennessee, you would be required to know, if you were taking a test for a license, about high frequency, galvanic, and those devices as well, which are in the practice of aesthetics, but not necessarily used in physicians' offices. So to meet those standards, do you feel like you have a certificate to do that?
I have the certificate, even for galvanic, everything. I used to do laser, hair remover, different kind of laser, because in Puerto Rico we can do more things like esthetician than here in the United States. We are part of United States, Puerto Rico, but there I do everything. I even be with the doctor, plastic surgery, attending him. So we can do more things. The peelings, the different microdermabrasion, a different kind of laser even for the body, the smooth shape. I do everything. I just need my license to work here.
So you have 900 hours from Puerto Rico. We only require 750 here in Tennessee. So she's got more than enough hours.
30 years.
And you have not verified these hours yet?
Puerto Rico has a website to verify licenses, but they don't consider the esthetician a license, so I cannot verify it online. And that's not to say that it's not a real document, just that it's not available to verify. I've not succeeded in reaching a person yet. So that can be, if the board chooses to accept this, it can be pending me being able to speak to someone that says, yes, this is what we do with estheticians. We've approved cosmetologists because I've been able to verify online. This is a little bit different, and she does have a cosmetology license here.
For Tennessee, she has her cosmetology for here.
Yes.
Is that not covered under the cosmetology license?
Cosmetologists can do a lot of the same things, but what she's stating is that the doctors that she wants to work with are requiring and asking of her to be an esthetician, to also have that license. And that does happen. We'll get calls from doctors that say, it has to, and that's their decision. That's totally their decision.
It's I know a lot of these MDs, and it's their perception that if they have an aesthetics license, that they're more qualified than if they had a cosmetology license. I mean, it's
Legal
just,
insurance issue is what it is.
sorry,
It's an insurance issue.
what the license is?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Is it fair to say that your recommendation would be to approve pending confirmation of?
Pending confirmation, yes, because the hours are there. As long as I can confirm that the 900 hours are there and that the certificate is something that Puerto Rico does do, my recommendation would be then to allow her to have the reciprocal. If I can't confirm it, then by October, we could readdress it.
Roxana, is a medical esthetician, does that just mean that you're working alongside a doctor? Or
Our estheticians are allowed to, as under their exemptions, to work under a doctor, and then at that point, they would not be limited. They would be working under their license, which is what she's going to want to
But
do.
she would just get an esthetician
That's all she
license
would get, that's
from
correct.
us, okay.
Right, right.
Well,
Do we have a motion?
I have a motion to recommend to approve with it, the furthering of Roxana's.
We have a motion to.
I'll second it.
To approve upon confirmation and verification. That's by Ms. Richmond, and a second by Ms. Sappenfield. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Luck to you.
We have two more that are appearing before the board, and then we will break, I promise. Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Pennsylvania for Erin Frog. Ms. Frog? Okay. Presented, Ms. Frog's information was presented on August 2nd, 2010, and she was advised to go back to school and complete 250 hours. She is the one that I was referring to earlier. She has before you a letter that she's put together. She has attempted to find a school that will take her 1,250 hours from Pennsylvania and just let her complete the 250, and she has not been able to do so. And between 2010 and now, she's not been able to go back to the industry. She's raised children, so it's not that she was aggressively seeking to find those hours to be accepted, but she is asking the board to reconsider this and allow her Pennsylvania license to be accepted, or to allow her to take the Tennessee examination. And my recommendation would be that she take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that she take the Tennessee examination.
Second it.
We have a motion and a second to allow her to take the Tennessee examination, as Ms. Coppinger and Mr. Gambuso. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Last is an application for a cosmetology license from Florida for Ms. Darlene Sargent. Ms. Sargent? Thank you. Press the button. Let me give them a little bit of information. Ms. Sargent, you've got documentation here for Ms. Sargent. She has a cosmetology as well as a master barber license. With the cosmetology piece, the certification shows initial licensure in November 1999 with 1,200 hours, and of course, no practical exam is given in Florida.
I did have a practical. I have it right here.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Also provided is certification from California showing that she was licensed there, and issued an examination between 1986 and 2006 is when she had that license. Letters are provided with that state work in the industry between 1986 and 2001, but nothing for the last 5 consecutive years. And then continuing on the documentations is the master barber license information. That is also from Florida. Certification shows initial licensure in November 1999 as well, 1,200 hours. Certification from California shows that that was active between 1986 and 2006, and you've got information there regarding her work history. She'll be able to answer any questions you have, so you're actually voting on both of those different license types, cosmetology and master barber.
Thank you for being here again today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Asking for reciprocity for cosmetology and barber?
Correct.
License?
Your recommendation, Roxana?
My recommendation, based on she doesn't have the most recent 5 consecutive years, which is the reason that the board office could not approve her, but she has work experience prior to that, so it was to approve her reciprocity.
Haven't worked in hair since 2001, is that correct?
No, I haven't, but I did a lot of hair before that, let me tell you. And I was very good at weddings, and, I mean, I just did everything. I combined the barbering and the cosmetology together to come up with a different style of I was highly sought after. And I took photography and theatrical makeup so that I could do hairstyle books myself, and I still would like to do that. The reason I got sidetracked is because it was a request from my husband, because he was working on a project, and so he promised I would go right back to work. Of course, that didn't happen. And then he got sick, and he passed away. And so I'm just a few months away from being 66, and I'm just really wanting to get back into it. And then eventually, as I get older, I want to go ahead and probably, I did teach barbering for a little while, so then eventually I'll go into teaching. But for right now, I want to get back into what I love and also make a good living. I haven't been able to do that for a little bit right now.
I don't particularly know because I'm not in the industry, but is there any concern that anyone would have about the profession changing over the last 13 years?
It hasn't.
Wow.
Actually, with that said, I'd make a motion to approve reciprocity with both
I
those
would
licenses
second that.
based on her previous experience.
Yeah, she's good.
We have a
luck.
motion from Mr. Gambuso and a second by Ms. Sappenfield to approve reciprocity. Is there any other discussion? Any questions?
Is this for both license types?
Yes.
Okay,
Only has 1,200 hours on each one of them, right?
that's correct.
Ms. Roxana, would it be appropriate if we wanted to add on there a requirement to take a Tennessee law exam in each body? Because, as I understand, you
no
haven't
problem.
practiced in Tennessee, is that correct?
That would be no problem. Okay.
The law piece is within the theory. I will definitely
Yes.
check with PSI if the law can be separated for reinstatement of licenses. That's the piece that's given is just the law. So then we would send her a letter that says that she would just be required to take that, and I will confirm that PSI can do that as well. That's okay? I think that's a very good point.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Ayes carry.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much.
Good luck to you.
I really appreciate that, and I've been taking care of cosmetology and barbering in Florida, cosmetology and barbering in California, and taking continuing education and paying all those things. I finally had to let my licenses go in 2004 and 2006 in California because I just couldn't afford to keep on doing that. But it's so nice that here in Tennessee that you've combined the two. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So for right now, no one else is here that's been waiting to appear before the board. If you would like to take a lunch break, this may be a really good time to give everyone a break. We will make sure that anyone that's coming back can come back in, so we'll let everyone know what time, and we will lock the room up for a little bit. Is that okay?
Move to adjourn for 1 hour. for
1 hour?
lunch.
Is
We
1
have a
hour?
motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. Ms. Tenfeller, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
1 hour. We
Motion
will be
carries.
back here at 5 minutes to 1 so that we promptly start at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much.
If you haven't turned in your paperwork for Miss Roxana, you want to drop that in her box.
It did say that, I remember. Ladies and gentlemen, the Barber Board and Cosmetology Board will be back in session. Let me say that again, I butchered that. The Board of Cosmetology and Barber Examiners is now back in session. New name.
Thank you. Perfect. We are going to continue on our iPads. We are on page 31 of that reciprocity presentation. So reciprocity is going to take us a little bit to go through. And if while you're getting to that page, I can go back, I'd like to explain what it is that the previous boards have given me as the executive director permission to do with the reciprocity applications so that you don't have to see them all. As it is, you see a lot. But basically, the executive director is allowed to sign off on reciprocal applicants if they substantially meet the requirements. So if the hours are there, obviously, and the testing, I would be able to approve them. If the hours aren't and they can provide proof of work in the industry for the 5 consecutive most recent years, then I can also approve. So what you're seeing is simply those that don't exactly meet that criteria. And I will need a motion, if that's okay, for me to continue doing that.
I make a motion that Roxana continue doing that.
Second it.
We have a motion from Ms. Coppinger and a second from Mr. Gambuza to allow the executive director to continue in that capacity.
Thank you.
Do we, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
All opposed say no.
And we are now on the application for reciprocity of a cosmetology license from Florida. Cosmetology license from New York for Huda Ashraf. Certification confirms her license was issued in 2011 with qualifications and experience from India. No state examination was provided. Letter of recommendation states Ms. Ashraf worked in the same salon in New York between 2007 and 2013. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
I second.
We have a second by Mr. Finger. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
The first motion, if I could.
Ms. Tieffeler.
Ms. Tieffeler, thank you.
Roxana, did we do the one before that, Sergeant?
Yes, Ms. Sargent was the one that spoke at the last
Okay.
part of the meeting with the barber and Cosmo.
I was napping.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry.
All right, next on the agenda and on your iPads is Ms. Christine Casey. She is requesting reciprocity as a cosmetology instructor license from Illinois. Certification reflects initial date of licensure in 1988 by examination. The exact number of hours obtained in 1987 is uncertain. However, the letter from the CPA states that she's worked in the industry since 1996, and her letter states that she's been working for 48 years. My recommendation is to approve her reciprocal license.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and second by Ms. Barger. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Pennsylvania for Juan Von Doe. Certification reflects initial date of licensure in April 2007 by examination. Pennsylvania only requires 200 hours. Tax records have been provided to the board office, and they show work in the industry between 2009 and 2013 as required by the statute. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
How did this one come before us? It's a recent 5-year work history, correct?
Yes. That's a good question.
100 hours, is that what?
Yes, but she does have the time. I think Pennsylvania does a lot of the apprenticeship hours on occasion, and we've kind of had a question about that, but I don't think that's her case. I probably could have approved her.
Okay, I make a motion, we approve.
Second.
I'll second that.
Motion by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Tanksley to approve. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of Master Barber Examiner license from Massachusetts for Alton Edwards Jr. The certification reflects 1,000 hours and initial date of licensure in 2008 as an apprentice and 2009 as a master barber. Tax records for Mr. Edwards provided proof in the industry for between 2008 and 2012. The letter says he owned a barber shop, and tax records for 2013 have not been filed. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Move to approve reciprocity.
We have a motion to approve by Ms. Barger,
I second.
seconded by Ms. Allen. Is there any discussion on this? I have a question. It shows that his hours are 1,000 hours. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. And he passed a practical and a written exam. I see that.
Massachusetts has both, yes.
Okay.
Owned shops, so part of his work experience is owning shops, but the 2013 record taxes just haven't been done.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from California for Marilyn Gilnett. Certification shows initial licensure in March 2012 as an esthetician with 600 hours, and a license as an electrologist issued in 1992. Additional comments provided include a resume and letters of recommendation going back to 2002. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Ms. Tefeller
Second.
and seconded by Ms. Barger to approve. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of a cosmetologist license from Maryland for Elizabeth Giacavazzi. Certification shows initial licensure in July 1998 by reciprocity of 1,500 hours received from Tennessee. Ms. Giavazzi attended school in 1978, and board records could not confirm the hours received in Tennessee. A search of her license in Tennessee did not find it under any combination of the names or by the Social Security number. She completed her education in North Carolina for a total of 1,800 hours per her application. Ms. Giavazzi provided a letter recapping her education and life events. No work history has been provided. My recommendation is that she take the Tennessee examinations.
Make a motion that we go with the recommendation that she take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
You heard the motion and the second by Ms. Coppinger and Ms. Richmond. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Florida for Carlos Giraldo. Certification shows initial licensure in July 1985 with 1,200 hours and a theory exam administered by the state. Provided is a letter from the Superior Cutters president stating Mr. Giraldo worked for the company since 2007. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Motion to approve reciprocity.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve reciprocity.
From Florida, they didn't do a theory test, right? They did theory, they didn't do practical.
Exactly, right.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Virginia for Morgan Griggs. Certification shows initial licensure in March 2001 by reciprocity from North Carolina. Ms. Griggs' application states she received 1,500 hours in North Carolina, but no transcript could be obtained. Certification from North Carolina shows the license was issued by examination in February of 2001, but it only certifies 1,200 hours. She is also licensed in Texas since 2009. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Do we know if she'd been working in Texas during that time as well? Does she have a work history?
I do not know, and she's not provided a work history of where she's been working. Both her licenses, the North Carolina has expired, and that's why she had to provide the Texas.
I had a question. Do we have any evidence showing that the school burned down or
We do not, and we ask for the transcripts when the school has a program in apprentice and traditional hours, just for the board to know, because those questions have come up. We also ask for it if there's any situations with schools. In this particular case, she could not provide one to justify the 1,500 hours. And so I don't know that she's requested it from the school or it's burned down. We can definitely send a letter requesting that she prove that, or in lieu of that, require her to test if you're more comfortable with that. Her, and I don't think we've got tax records either from her.
I would
Right.
feel better if she gave us something, some type of explanation if she could. Something.
So the previous decision that we made on a similar case just 2 minutes ago with the gal who didn't have school records or work history, we voted to make her take the test again. Is that correct? Or to move to test?
Ms. Young-Bossy, is that the one you're talking about? Yes, that was the recommendation, that she take the examination. She in her case, states that she's got the hours. We don't have the proof of it, but more importantly, she hasn't been working in the industry.
Not.
No, not for quite a bit.
She does have a Texas license, right? Not from a school that is under
No, it is not
investigation.
from a school,
So she
right.
would qualify under reciprocity from Texas had she had the work history.
Right, and her school isn't from Texas. Her original school is actually North Carolina. She just let the North Carolina license lapse. We know that this individual has taken the 2 exams. Her grades are there. It's a practical 83, theory was 96. The active license, which is required for reciprocity, is in Texas. She's had it since 2009. So it would appear she moved from North Carolina to Texas and been working there. So we can request the transcript. It might be difficult to find, but if not, then ask for a work history if you're more comfortable with that.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
We have a motion to request further work history and transcripts, if possible, and represent to the board.
His work history doesn't need to come back before to us?
Once we have the documentation, we generally don't.
If the board has asked for specific information, as long as that's provided, we can approve her based on the work history documentation. If there's any change and it's not meeting exactly what we have, like Mr. Del Valle, it wasn't clear what else we wanted after the hours, then they would have to represent to the board.
If she doesn't provide any additional information, then this has got to all be brought back before us again, right?
Our
Because
motion could be to provide work history and a transcript to be approved, or in lieu of that, take the Tennessee examination.
That's what I think we should
That
do.
way
And
you
then
don't-
that way, she's got a choice and she can move forward, yeah.
Fair, would that be your motion?
That would be my motion.
Yeah,
Thank you. Do we have a second?
second.
Second by Ms. Richmond. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
For Ms. Morgan Griggs, the letter will state that she is to provide the board with work history and, if available, a transcript of hours, and in lieu of that, take both Tennessee examinations. Next, for your approval or review is a cosmetology reciprocity request for license from Kentucky for Charity Hall. Certification reflects 1,800 hours as an apprentice cosmetologist, licensed in May of 2012 by examination. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Ms. Tefeller to approve the application. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Do we have any further discussion?
I had a question. So it's a Kentucky apprenticeship program is why it's coming before us?
That's correct. That's correct.
Which we have now.
That's correct.
Okay. Never mind.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Texas for Janet Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez completed 2,260 hours of education in Mexico and was given reciprocity in Texas in January 2014. Transcript shows the hours were provided, that the hours were not provided, but the document from Educational Credentials Evaluators from Wisconsin confirms the number of hours. My recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion, we go with the recommendation that she take the Tennessee examination?
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger, I believe, to accept the recommendation, seconded by Ms. Sappenfield. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion's carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Florida for Tramho. Certification reflects 500 hours and the initial date of licensure in 2009 with no state examination. Ms. Ho was presented to the board at the November 5th, 2013 meeting and was required to take the Tennessee examination. Since then, tax records have been provided to the board office which show work in the industry, either in the industry as a manicurist or as a student. Only the 2011 and 2012 show actual work in the industry. The recommendation is that she take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that we go with the recommendation.
Accept.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Mr. Gambuza, to accept the recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of manicure license from California and Arkansas for Juan Thu Huyn. Application states 404 hours received in California, which is consistent with requirements in that state. Certification shows initial licensure in 2006, and certification from Arkansas shows a license issued in 2010. Ms. Nguyen is unable to provide work history. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that we go with the recommendation.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Mr. Finger, to accept the director's recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion's carried.
Roxana, do we have reciprocity with Arkansas?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Request for approval of cosmetology license from Florida for Leona Jarvis. Certification shows initial licensure in 2004 by reciprocity from Connecticut. Certification from Connecticut was issued in 2003 with 1,500 hours, but no practical exam was given by that state. Application does not reflect high school grade completed. Letter from the accountant supports work in the industry. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Move to approve reciprocity.
Yes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Barger, seconded by Ms. Allen, to accept reciprocity. If there's no discussion, I'm sorry.
Oh. Does she hold a current license? Because I see where it says inactive lapse due to non-renewal. I don't.
Her Florida is, her Florida license is active till October 31st, 2015. That's the first one right after her application. And then the Connecticut one, yes, she allowed to lapse.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion's carried. Next.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Teresa Jeffries. Certification from Florida shows initial date of licensure in August 1999 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. Transcript is provided showing 1,355 hours were received. No work history is provided to meet the requirements for reciprocity. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination or provide proof of work in the industry for the most recent 5 consecutive years.
I make a motion that we go with your recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. Sappenfield, seconded by Ms. Tiefeller, to accept the recommendation. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Florida for Linda LaPola. Certification from Florida shows initial date of licensure in October of 1995 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. She was also licensed in Nevada between 1991 and 1995 by reciprocity. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination or provide proof of work in the industry for the most recent 5 consecutive years.
Make a motion to go with the recommendation.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Mr. Gambuza, seconded by Mr. Finger, to accept the director's recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from California for Nuet Zhuang Li. Certification shows initial licensure in October 2005 by examination and 400 hours. Tax records confirm work in the industry. The years provided are 2008 and 2010 through 2013. IRS was unable to provide tax records for 2009. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Forward with the recommendation.
Second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Tanksley, seconded by Ms. Sappenfield, to accept the director's recommendation. Any discussion on this? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Florida for Rachel Laurie. Certification from Florida shows initial date of licensure in January 2014 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion, we go with the recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Mr. Gambuza, to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from California for Tuac Thai Nuec Nu. Certification shows initial date of licensure in July 2011 with 400 hours by examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that we go with your recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the director's recommendations. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Pennsylvania for Megan McLennan. Certification shows initial date of licensure in August 2012 with 1,250 hours by examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion that we go with your recommendation.
We have a motion to accept the director's recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Granger. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from New York for Lindsay McIntyre. Certification shows initial date of licensure in September 2006 with 1,000 hours by examination. Ms. McIntyre is unable to provide work history in the industry. The recommendation is that she take the Tennessee examination.
She worked at all in the field?
If she did, it goes back to 2006 communication, and we send a letter as a standard that just says, this is what you're going to need if you don't have enough hours. If we don't get a response, then we pretty much don't have anything. Sometimes it's that they're not really working specifically in the industry, but we don't have anything. Now, we can ask that she provide any records at all regarding work in the industry, and then in lieu of that, take the Tennessee examination. Sometimes an additional letter does get us to receive something.
Is she requesting the full cosmetology license or just hair?
Yes, she is.
Showing 1,000 hours for New York. Is that the requested hours for the state of New York?
It is, and New York lately has changed a little bit. Some of the schools can actually decide on their own how many hours they have, so it's become a little bit difficult to know if they're always going to be 1,000.
So it could even possibly be less?
It could be less, that's correct.
They've deregulated a lot of it.
Yeah.
Kind of a slippery slope, I think, that if we start just allowing any number of hours to be okay, rather than sticking to our requirements of 1,500. It's a slippery slope that who's worthy, who's not. Again, these are my opinions. I think I'm in favor of maybe some additional hours, and that's certainly.
I think I'd like to see work history before we go that route. Only because if she's been working since 2006, she's able to provide that.
We have a motion for that?
Sure. I make a motion that before moving forward with additional hours or testing that we request work history.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it.
So with Ms. McIntyre, just so that I'm sure we're going to send her a letter requesting proof of work history in the industry, and then that will be taken up at the October meeting, depending on what she sends in. Thank you. Next, we have application for reciprocity of anesthetician license from Ohio for Dawn McKinney. Certification shows initial date of licensure in January 2006 with 600 hours by examination. Her application states 750 hours, but no transcript was provided. Tax records provided are for 2009 and 2011 through 2013, which confirm work in the industry. The IRS was unable to confirm her tax records for 2010. Also provided is a letter from Ms. McKinney with details about her experience. My recommendation is that she be approved for reciprocity.
Seems to be the second one that doesn't have 5 consecutive years.
Right. And that's where then I won't approve them. You all would have to consider.
Oh, because if it wasn't the case, it would have.
I'd be able to
I
approve
got
it.
you.
That's correct, exactly.
We have a motion?
I'll motion to approve it based on previous history.
The motion is to accept the director's recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Tanksley. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Florida for Maria Mitchell. Certification shows initial date of licensure in September 2011 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
She have work history?
Well, she just doesn't have, even if she does, she didn't get licensed till 2011, so it's just not enough.
I make a motion, we go with the recommendation.
Second.
I second it.
We have a second by Ms. Granger. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Michigan for Amani Nawad. Certification shows initial date of licensure in April 2011 with 1,500 hours, accepted by reciprocity from Egypt. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination, and that's because of not enough years practicing and international hours.
I would go with your recommendation.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Florida for Brooke Perkins. Certification shows initial date of licensure is February 2012 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that we move forward with the recommendation.
Second?
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Tanksley and seconded by Mr. Finger to accept the director's recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Wisconsin for Hien T. Pham. Certification shows initial date of licensure in July 2011 with 300 hours being required by that state. The hours are endorsed from Vietnam. No examination. Information is provided. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I think she might need some more hours. It's only half of what we require.
That's fine if, yeah, you all want to.
We have a motion?
Does she have a work history?
She's not provided a work history because without it being at least 5 hours in some form or fashion, we wouldn't be able to take that to substantially meet the requirements.
Make a motion that she needs more hours and she needs to take the exam.
But the motion is for additional hours, how many?
300.
300.
Motion is to require 300 additional hours and take the Tennessee exams, and it was seconded by Ms. Granger. Is there any other discussion?
I have a question. This is from Wisconsin. Her current license is active in the state of Wisconsin?
That's correct.
And at that point, she did not take an exam there?
It is not 100% certain if she did or not. They've accepted her hours from Vietnam.
We find out whether or not she took a test there?
We can. Now, that's not going to change the number of hours being low and the number of years in experience. But we can. It would require calling them. A lot of the states don't state it on the application as such, and they don't. So if they accepted her by reciprocity, my assumption, which could be wrong, but is that she didn't. Because when you accept someone by reciprocity, like we've been doing today, we've not been having them test. When we actually have them test and we give certifications to other states, we mark that they took the exams and we send them their results. So that would be my conclusion. We can ask for it, but I don't know that that's going to change the requirement that we're making in the motion, which would be 300 additional hours.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes.
We have Ms. Sappenfield did the motion. Who seconded it? I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Granger. Okay. Next is an application for reciprocity of esthetician license from Washington for Christine Robb. Certification shows initial date of licensure in November 2010, with 600 hours being required in that state, and both exams are given. Transcript from the school shows 700 hours, and a letter from medical clinic shows 135 additional hours received. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second. Okay.
Ms. Sappenfield, second.
Thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Wisconsin for Sun Thai. Certification shows initial date of licensure in May 2014, with 1,800 hours being required in that state. The hours are endorsed from Vietnam. Board office confirmed that no examination was given. The recommendations that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that we go with your recommendation for the exam.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Sappenfield, seconded by Ms. Richmond. to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from California for Mindy Tran. Ms. Tran also has active licenses in Alaska, Oregon, and Colorado, all obtained by reciprocity. Certification from California shows initial date of licensure in November 2000, with 400 hours being required in that state and by examination. Board office has received a letter from tax services stating more than 10 years tax returns in the manicuring industry. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Motion to agree with you.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to accept the director's recommendation. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Florida for Thang T. Tran. Certification shows initial date of licensure in April 2008 with 240 hours and no examination. Mr. Tran is also licensed in Minnesota by reciprocity and has been since 2013. Tax records received in the board office reflect work in the industry since 2008. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
Second it.
We have a motion and a second to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Sapperfield. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from California for Tran. Certification shows initial date of licensure in December 2012 with 400 hours. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion that we go with your recommendation.
We have a motion to
I'll
accept the
second that.
director's recommendation, seconded by Ms. Tanksley. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from Florida for Luang Tuan. Certification shows full specialist license with initial date in April 2012 with 500 hours and no examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion, we go with the recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Richmond, to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from California for Thu Muang Vu. Certification shows initial date of licensure in May 2009 with 400 hours by examination. Ms. Vu also has an active manicurist license in North Dakota and Texas by reciprocity. No work history is provided. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Why is that the recommendation? Because of work history?
The license is from 2009, and we've not been able to get any work history.
Make a motion, we go, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And you're recommending that take the test?
That's correct. Take the examination.
Make a motion, we go with the recommendation.
Second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Richmond, to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? Favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician's license from New York for Lily Zhang. Certification shows initial date of licensure in September 2010 with 1,000 hours by examination and a cosmetology license. Attempts to reach Ms. Zhang have failed. My recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination in cosmetology or provide proof of work in the industry. The certification is for cosmetology, not aesthetics, but she is requesting a license in aesthetics. And so I don't know that we can consider anything in aesthetics, given that that's not the license.
I would agree with that with New York, yeah.
Request for reciprocity in aesthetics?
It is, which
Yes.
we'd have
Doesn't have a
nothing to
license.
go on.
I just make a motion that we deny the
Deny.
request.
Okay.
We have a motion to deny the request. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Richmond. Is there any other discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Florida for Kimisha Muir. Certification shows nail specialist license with initial date of March 2013 with 240 hours and no examination. The recommendation is that she take the Tennessee examination. Having said that, we've been doing a motion to get additional hours, so I will leave that up to the board.
Recommend 300 more hours, or bring it up to 600 hours like should be in the state of Tennessee.
360 additional hours that we will request.
Get the exams.
So the motion is to require the additional 300 hours and take the Tennessee exam. Is there a second? 360, I'm sorry.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Coppinger. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Florida for Antoine Nguyen. Certification shows nail specialist license with initial date of December 2001 with 240 hours and no examination. Mr. Nguyen also has an active license in North Dakota issued in 2003 by reciprocity. Tax records received in the board office are for 2009 through 2013, which reflect work in the industry. The recommendation is that he be approved for reciprocity.
I make a motion to go with your recommendation.
Work experience to go with his hours, right?
That's correct, yes.
That's good.
In the past, we've provided the board with tax records to view. It's a lot of information for you to view. So I always have them here if you want to see them. But yes, if I'm stating that they've provided tax records or an accountant's letter, then that's what we have. Thank you.
We have a motion to accept the director's recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Tanksley. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
We can take a quick break after the reciprocity. Would that be okay? We don't have that many more. We're gonna go work. The next application for reciprocity is for a manicurist license from Georgia for Phuan Nguyen. Certification shows initial date of licensure in September 2013 with 1,050 apprentice hours by examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion seconded by Mr. Gambusa to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from New York for Christine Paul. Certification shows initial date of licensure in June 2013 with 1,000 hours by examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
She only has 1,000 hours for cosmetology.
That's correct, and she just got them in June of
She just
2013.
I'd recommend her take 500 more hours to bring it up to our standard, because she doesn't have the work history.
Is that a motion?
It's a motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion properly seconded by Ms. Sappenfield to require this applicant to obtain 500 more hours and take the Tennessee test. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of master barber license from Michigan for Fadi Abdel Sabad. Certification shows initial date of licensure in June 2014 with 1,800 hours accepted by reciprocity from Madaba, Jordan. Communication with Michigan Board revealed that the schools in Michigan evaluate international hours, and they make the decision whether exams are needed and how much to take. My recommendation is that he take the Tennessee examination.
We have a motion to follow the director's recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
Did the first motion come from, I'm sorry?
Ms.
Ms. Richmond.
Richmond.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond. I wasn't looking up. Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Florida for Lacey Christian. Certification shows initial date of licensure in January 2014 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. Ms. Lacey completed 1,500 hours in Tennessee between 2012 and August of 2013. Then she moved to Florida. She is only missing the practical exam. My recommendation is that she be allowed to take only the practical examination because her hours are from Tennessee.
Make a motion to go with your recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Allen, seconded by Mr. Finger, to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Florida for Trandang. Certification shows nail specialist license with initial date of September 2008 and 240 hours with no examination. Tax records received by the board office for 2008 through 2013 reflect work in the industry. The recommendation is that he be approved for reciprocal license.
Motion to move forward with the recommendation?
We have a motion to accept the director's recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Granger. Is there any discussion?
What was the period of his work history?
2008 through 2013.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Florida for John Tyler Fairthing. Certification shows initial date of licensure in October 2011 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. Mr. Tyler completed 1,600 hours in Florida and provided institute certification. He is only missing the practical exam. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved to take the practical Tennessee examination.
Make a motion to accept your motion.
I'll second it.
A motion seconded by Ms. Sappenfield to accept the director's recommendation is on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Yes, sir. Does this applicant have any work history?
None that he has provided, because his application, he wouldn't have the 5 consecutive years. So he's only got the 1,200 hours licensed since 2011, but the school certification that he was able to provide gives him enough hours. So we've not asked for it. We can ask for work history if you choose, but because he has the hours, that hasn't been a request that we've made of him.
Questions?
Just a clarification, why is it that on his application he lists 1,650 hours, and then on the letter from Florida it states 1,200 hours?
Florida certification, similar to, we do the kind of the same thing. Some schools in Tennessee offer more than the 1,500 hours, but as a state, we will only certify what we require the schools to teach. So Florida requires only 1,200 hours. That's all they'll certify. Yeah, his certification from, I think it's Aveda, that we've got records of, shows 1,600 hours. He might have done a typo or thought he did 50 extra that they didn't give him. So the hours are there. The time of experience isn't there. He doesn't have the 5 consecutive years. The problem that we're running into with Florida is not only the hours, but that lack of the practical exam. So.
Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carried.
Are most of these people from Florida part of the military? I mean, is there a lot of them? I noticed some of them, it was noted that they
Some are, and we always ask them to note it so we can move them as quickly as possible. I don't know that most are, but some definitely are.
Hot.
Yeah.
So they're got real hot.
Cooler here.
Mass exodus from Florida.
Okay, application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Iowa for Megan Spurrell. Certification shows initial date of licensure in December 2013 with 2,100 hours and no practical examination. The certification shows, if you'll look on page 197, the 2,100 hours. I actually had to call because she wrote down 1,200 hours, so she transposed the numbers, and I figured we wouldn't be fair if we looked at that. But it is 2,100 hours that are certified by Iowa, but there is no practical examination given. Communication with her, like I said, explains the transposed number of hours. My recommendation is that she be asked to take the practical examination in Tennessee.
I make a motion that we go with your recommendation.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Gambuza to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician and manicures license from Florida for Lindsay Swartout. Certification shows full specialist license with initial date of May 2004 with 500 hours and no examination. The full specialist license in Florida allows the licensee to do manicuring and aesthetics. Ms. Swartout provided a recap of her work history and a letter of recommendation. Her letter states that she had submitted paperwork to the office with original letters from employers in 2010. Unfortunately, those letters could not be found. Based on the fact that she's been licensed since 2004, and her information on the work history, my recommendation is that she be approved for a reciprocal license. She's asking for both, so we can look at these one by one. Now, the certification is the same.
Enough hours for aesthetics.
She doesn't have enough for either, actually. What Florida has is they do the full specialist license, which includes allowing them to work as manicurists, which for us is 600 hours, and allowing them to work as estheticians, which for us is 750 hours. So in her case, what she has is just the work history since 2004. So we can ask for additional hours or take into account the work history that she's broken down, or just give one or the other. But in Florida, once it's that full specialist, it's just one license that covers both things.
Hours is that they require for the full specialist?
500.
500?
Her work experience, it's showing that she was a salon director, general manager, and guest services manager.
$750 maybe?
I think
We have
it
a
would be
motion?
appropriate.
Yeah.
I would make a motion that she be brought up to the 750 hours in aesthetics.
So if we would like to treat these as two separate licenses in Tennessee, would we consider the 500 as a full specialist? How would you like that to be considered manicurist and deal with that, and then ask for the hours in esthetician?
I'm
Again,
just aware of how estheticians are trained in Florida, and she needs more.
does she need both for both licenses is what I want us to
I wouldn't
to
know about
address.
manicuring that. I wouldn't.
What we're trying to look at here then is to really separate the hours that she has applied so far, which is 500, and how we can apply that towards a nail license in Tennessee and an esthetician's license in Tennessee.
Sounds like we should grant the nail license now based on the hours she currently has, and then just ask for the difference for.
The way the license works in Florida, if you just had the nails technician, it's 240 hours. If you just have the aesthetics portion, which is 260. That's the makeup of the 500.
She says on her work history that there was a packet that was sent but lost. Can
Yes.
you?
We don't have it in the board office. If she submitted something in 2010, our records don't reflect, but it would have been basically letters of recommendation regarding work history. I've spoken to her, and then the first letter from Kathy Swartout, that's actually her mom. I've spoken to her. She's been working in various shops since 2004. From conversations, it sounds like she's worked and done both things, manicuring and aesthetics. But if she mailed original letters in 2010, we don't have them at the office, so.
How long was she a manicurist?
She has the combined license since 2004.
She
May.
a salon doing nails.
Her breakdown doesn't explain exactly what. It's a salon and boutique, but she states that she's done both, because with that license, she's able to do nails and aesthetics.
I assume it's your recommend, it's 10 years is why it
Her history's
makes it
10 years,
10
that's
years.
correct. That's correct.
And she was working the whole time?
Yes, she's been working the whole time. Her mom, I believe, has already been given a license here in Tennessee and owns a shop and is wanting, of course, for her to work there. And so we've got the option to separate the hours, 240 and 260, or just look at the 500 and approve the one, however you prefer to deal with it. This full specialist license in Florida it just doesn't come close to comparing to our two separate ones, so it's a very difficult comparison.
I'm going to make a motion to accept the recommendation based on the 10-year work history.
You've heard the motion. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Second. Is there any other discussion?
What was the recommendation?
Because
My recommendation is to approve her reciprocity based on the 10-year work history.
for more hours.
I think she needs more hours if she's going to provide aesthetics for the safety of Tennessee. It's just where I am about Florida's aesthetics program. It's basically a 200-hour course. It doesn't, and when you see the breakdown, it's just, she's not even in the same league with her colleagues.
We're going to have to back up just a minute because his
Absolutely.
motion was improper at
Go
the
right
time. So we have to back up. The original motion on the floor was to require the additional hours for how many hours?
Bring her up to 750 hours. So if she's gotten the it's 260.
60.
That was the original motion.
And that was specifically for aesthetics, is that correct?
Correct.
Which one, what's the motion? I'm confused. Which one's original?
The original motion was to require the applicant to obtain the additional hours to bring her up to 750 hours.
Okay. Are we in discussion right now?
Yes, we're still in.
Because I'm thinking, those are two extremes. We grant reciprocity, we make her go back to school and get her hours and tests and all that, or in the middle there is we require her to take the exams. And if she can pass the exams, does she know her stuff? That's like a compromise of both those extremes, I think.
And she has 10 years' work experience, which in the past we have granted reciprocity on.
But when there's any question, especially with the hours, and when there's any question, I always feel comfortable, or I felt comfortable in the past requiring the exams, because if you can pass your exams, you know your stuff. I'm just saying.
I do know in practice in Florida, estheticians are so limited because of what they can do and progress over the last 10 years. They are limited to mechanical work. It's just a very different type of license, and if she passes the test, I'm sure it would be appropriate. But she's not up to par with her colleagues if she doesn't have that kind of training, particularly if she's been working as guest service, just like a general manager.
My only concern with the manicuring is that because she doesn't specify how much experience she's had doing it, is she capable of being along our standards with that? So with the talk about the education of the aesthetics, I'm concerned about the knowledge with the manicuring as well.
I think we're going to definitely look at the licenses as two separate requests. Why don't we consider what the board would like to do with the manicuring license, taking into account that of the 500, only 240 are toward manicuring. She has 10 years work history. It's not detailed because she was allowed to do both things. So
Let's see if we can get the cart back in the barn here. Would you care to modify your motion, or would you like to stand on your motion? We'll call for a vote.
The motion was that we would require more hours in the aesthetics.
Aesthetics. Okay. And I believe, Ms. Richardson, you made the second. Is that correct? Oh, Ms.
Ms. Tanksley, but that was on approving it, it was different, so.
We have a second.
Can I make a new motion?
Well, let's vote on this one.
Oh, okay, because
let's
I
clear
don't
this
know
one
if we even
first.
know where this one's at.
Okay. We don't have a second, so without a second, this motion will die for lack of a second. Now, we'll begin again.
I'd like to make a motion to accept reciprocity on the nails and ask her to test out on esthetician and see if her work history warrants the fact that she can pass the test, and it allows her to go to work.
I'll second that.
We have a motion that's properly seconded to accept reciprocity on the nails and to allow the applicant to test out for the estheticians. Is there any other discussion?
I thought we were going to handle the manicuring separately from the aesthetics.
Yes, the manicuring motion is to accept and grant her reciprocity for the manicurist per Mr. Gambuza, and it was seconded by Ms. Sappenfield to accept the manicurist license. The esthetician, we have to require both Tennessee examinations, and it's made by the same motion. Is that right?
Questions?
I don't know, I'm just kind of confused. I'm agreeing with half of it because she's short hours on both things. She's short hours.
She got 10 years, too.
Yeah, she had 10
But
years.
we don't know what her experience, it's not, her experience is not specified. If she had a resume or something that said, I've been doing nails for 10 years, or I've been doing nails 5 out of the 10 years, then I know that she's been active in getting education and doing nails. But she's just saying she's been in a boutique, she's done some nails here, or so it's like it's not clear. If she could provide clear work history for nails, then I would be more on the...
I can understand what you're saying, but I think there's been enough reciprocity pushed through today where we weren't guaranteed on any of it.
I would agree with you that I think we've approved quite a few cases from Florida, specifically of 240 hours in nails and enough work experience, and those were all voted forward. The esthetician, I agree, we should probably revisit. That is not something that's come across our plates.
You heard the motion and the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
We are on application for reciprocity of manicurist license for Mr. Sidney Vo. Certification shows initial date of licensure in April 2014 by examination, and that is from Arkansas. Certification does not reflect the number of hours in Tennessee, and that would be on the certification from Arkansas. However, the hours on the Tennessee Board Office does show that this individual went to school in Tennessee. We show that he completed schooling in 2012. Because the school has an open complaint that involves hours, an audit was conducted and an investigator sent to the school to confirm hours of education provided. After 3 days of reviewing records, the investigation concluded that only 412 hours could be verified of Mr. Vo's time. This is new. I'm opening to you all to decide what we do.
What's the request?
The request from him is a request for a manicurist license from Arkansas. He received an Arkansas license in 2014, and Arkansas is confirming or stating that he has 600 hours. In fact, those hours are from Tennessee. They're not noted on the certificate to be from Tennessee, but they are. We let them know that he had those hours. Because that school that he went to has an open complaint, the board office decided to do an audit of those hours. And so we audit them in the office and didn't find the 600 hours. And those of you that have schools or are instructors know that on a monthly basis, school hours are submitted to the board. They're due by the 10th. They accumulate from one month to the other. And the thought is that by the time you finish, each month has added up to the 600 hours. And so we should have proof, and we did not. So we sent an investigator to look at the records at that school. And after 3 days of asking for records and looking and verifying, a total of only 412 hours could be accounted for.
So can I ask a question in general about schools that are under investigation like this? Obviously, this person was a student there who has since apparently moved to Arkansas, got a license, and is now coming back. How are we treating other instances with similar problems?
This is
circumstances?
this is the first time we have this before the board, where we have audited records, sent an investigator, and we know that the hours, at least there, don't balance to what they need to be. So this is a first.
And what is the repercussion with the school?
Pardon me?
What is the school? I mean, where are we at with this with the school?
The complaint will be presented to the board.
Oh, okay.
You don't have it this time, but it will. The next applicant is the same situation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think if all you got record for is 412, that's probably all he should be granted, is the way I look at it. He really did the hours, he deserves them, you know.
There'll be a question, of course, on how hours are certified to Arkansas.
They certified the 600 hours, which is the reason Arkansas gave him a license. Arkansas has the testing in different languages. So that's the reason that a lot of our applicants have gone to Arkansas.
What's the work history in Arkansas?
Well, given that he just got his license in 2014, he wouldn't have, but, nothing, just a few months. He got it in April.
You're not intimating any wrongdoing on his part?
Not necessarily, no. No, the school can't account for those hours, and because of, like I said, the open complaint, it prompted us to look further.
Like he's short on hours, and I think we just make a motion for him to make up the difference that he's lacking before he can be licensed in Tennessee. Or would he then have to take the test over or just grant reciprocity?
At that point, I think it could come up to the board again for the board to decide once the hours are there. The issue with him testing here would be the language issue most likely. We could then acknowledge the fact that he's tested in Arkansas and met all the requirements in Arkansas.
Is he here today?
No, he is not.
Motion?
A motion for him to have the extra hours. I think he made the motion a while ago.
We have a motion to require this gentleman to complete the additional hours as required and revisit the board when he has completed that. Okay. We have a second?
Second.
Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
And
Application.
can I just ask
Yes.
what the board's recommendation was on that one that we just did?
I did not make one. This
Okay.
was totally new ground. The next one is very similar. Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Arkansas for Sella Duch. Certification shows initial date of licensure in July 2014 by examination in Arkansas. Certification does not reflect that the hours were from Tennessee, but in fact they were, and they were from the same school. Certification, the board records reflect, again, we audited that school and could not come up with the 600 hours. That's as far as that investigation went on her particular case. So I don't know what the school will come up with. So if we're going to be consistent and decide to do the same motion, the school will first have to show proof of what the hours are. To not confuse the investigator, I only sent them to look for one person. And then we kind of knew what we had.
And when these people have gone to Arkansas, are they presenting 600 hours on a document?
Yes, from us, because if the schools send us a record of completion and on it says 600 hours, we certify to other states that you have 600 hours. It's not until now that we're starting to audit school files a little bit differently, and if we have a reason to maybe audit it even deeper in this particular case, we just didn't see that from month to month there was a carry forward of hours.
So they never asked to test in Tennessee, correct?
Correct.
So they took the hours and went to Arkansas and asked to test.
Right.
And then you found out later that they didn't in fact have that many hours.
Schools are required to certify the hours each month, and there's a cumulative total that generally goes forward. Students are not always aware of that. They should be well informed if a school's doing its job, I believe, so that the student knows where they are each month, and there should be a paper trail. Beyond the paper trail, there should be a time clock situation or sign-in sheet that accounts for every hour that student is in school. Whenever the board, or when the office of Roxanna needs to look at those things. They should be able to walk into a school, ask to see the records, and they should be produced.
And that's what's not balancing to the 600 hours. So in his case, we know exactly what they balance to and what we're short. We do not in Ms. Celadach. So we will either have to request to see the audit of the school to make a decision on the number.
We'll need a motion for that.
I'd go with her motion to request the hours.
Whatever the balance,
balance,
whatever their
balanced
findings are
hours.
for the balance to equal the
Right.
600.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So the board office will try to find a way to audit and come up with the number of hours that are accounted for at the school. And then your motion would be like the previous one?
To allow the graduate
To
to
complete.
complete the difference.
Okay.
And take the test.
Okay.
Is that correct? Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Tanksley. Any other discussion?
So this school that sent you false hours is going to have records to verify real hours when you go there, right?
First of all, there is an open complaint, but this school has some hours, just not the 600 accountable.
But they're submitting the completed hours.
They did, back in 2012, submitted 600 completed hours. There's just not the proper balancing of the hours, right, right.
Unfortunately, I don't mean to take anybody's side, and I don't mean to sound like that. Sometimes mistakes can be made in calculations, transpose numbers, so I'm not trying to say that that's what happened or anything, but things like that can happen. It may not be any inappropriate action on the part of a school. It could be. That's what an investigation's for. However, there should be some procedure in place or some mechanism in place in schools that they could go back and verify those hours. If they don't, then it could be a case of somebody's just submitting paperwork improperly.
Motion finished?
We had a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Who made the motion? I'm sorry.
Ms. Richmond.
Thank you. You're good. This is the last document on this particular presentation. We're on to just a few more on the other one, and we start with the legal. Would everyone like to take a quick break? Yes? 5, 10 minutes? You tell me.
7.
That's a hairdresser's
Thank
5
you.
anyway. That's a hairdresser's 5.
I don't think so. Not in my memory, it hasn't come up.
When she said what's changing. I wasn't being a wise guy. I was just.
No.
I see some people just doing the same old same.
Mr. Gilmore.
We'll be ready to begin again.
Thank you. You will all need to make sure that you close out that particular presentation, tap on your library again in the left corner, and we're on the last one, which is presentation legal files - final. We have, I think, just 3 or 4 reciprocity applicants that we're going to go through quickly to finish up. The first one in front of you is Holly Bachman. Certification shows initial date of licensure in August 2013 with 1,200 hours and no practical examination. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion to move forward with the recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and seconded by Ms. Barger to accept the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of an esthetician license from Florida for Sherry O'Hara Bennett. Certification shows the facial specialist license with initial date from of November 2005 with 260 hours and no examination. Mrs. O'Hara Bennett was presented to the board at the April 7th, 2014 meeting. The decision was for her to take the Tennessee examination. Additional documents have been provided for the board office which show work history in the industry since 2009. My recommendation is that she be approved for reciprocity. If you have any questions, Ms. Fisher, who is working with both Ms. Bennett and then her husband is the next applicant, would be able to answer any questions. But again, the board office has received work history in the industry from 2009 on.
This is a very similar case to what we had in Florida before when Ms. Sappenfield was referring to estheticians.
The hours are very low. It's 260, and that's the only license she has. So it's the recommendation this time for the approval is on having received work industry. They own shops, so some of their profit and loss information were provided. A lot of records were provided. I didn't scan them all for you, obviously. But basically, cosmetology salon, and information is that they've worked in the field since 2009.
It seems like we should be consistent as a board to recommend the same ability to take the test, and providing they are qualified, it wouldn't stop them from being able to move forward, but it would give us the insurance on whether they were or not. So I'm going to make a motion to allow her to take the practical, or recommend that she takes the practical portion of the exam, and providing she's qualified, there shouldn't be any problem.
I will second that.
We have a motion that's properly seconded to allow this applicant to take the Tennessee exam. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I waited too long.
No.
Now, this came before us in April, you said?
That
Was
is
the
correct.
Okay. And so,
In April, our recommendation or the board's decision was that she take both examinations. We didn't have the tax history, we didn't have the work records.
so
that we
she's
did
just
not.
reapplying?
She's reapplying to
Okay.
consider those documents. My recommendation is that, was for her to be accepted. Mr. Gambuza pointed out that we've, with the history, we've pointed out that they should be taking the practical exam now, and that's the motion on the table, correct?
And the board previously said she should go take the test?
Both, yes, because we didn't have the work history.
And she's not done that?
No, she has not. She's represented tax records and documentation to, show proof of the history.
So we're basically alleviating the written portion of the test and just asking for the practical portion.
That is correct. That's what the board's voting, yes.
Other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Ayes have it.
Next is reciprocity of esthetician's license from Florida for Robert Bennett. Certification shows facial specialist license with initial date of June 2008 with 260 hours and no examination. Mr. Bennett provided documentations on shops that he and his wife have owned in the industry that go back to 2007. My recommendation was, again, to approve reciprocity so we can have the, look at the practical exam with this option as well if you decide.
Make the same motion we had a while ago with doing the exam.
I second that.
We have a motion properly seconded on the floor to require this applicant to take the exam. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from North Carolina for Shanthuda Kuth. Documentations provided appear to be of an authentic certification from North Carolina confirming ours and licensure there. Communication with that state's administrator revealed that the certificate did not come from their office and license number does not match or belong to Ms. Kuth. The recommendation is that the applicant be denied reciprocity until they're able to provide proper documentation for an active license.
Make a motion, we go with the recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the director's recommendation. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Final applicant, this applicant was presented to the board in 2013 and requested to take the Tennessee examination. To date, the applicant has not tested, but did receive her license by administrative error. Recommendations that the board send another letter requesting that the applicant test to meet the requirements for reciprocal license, for receipt of a license.
She has a license in error that we sent her?
That is correct. She was required based on a 2013 presentation to the board to take both examinations. She to date has not taken them, but due to an error, a license did go out, so we're requesting that a letter be sent explaining that she needs to take the examinations.
And if she says no, then what?
Well, a complaint would probably be opened, or the matter would be brought before the board.
Probably not a good thing to do, though. I make a motion to move forward with the director's recommendation.
Second.
Motion's properly seconded. Is there any other discussion on this matter? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
That concludes our reciprocal applicants. Ms. Rachel Powers is going to take a moment, and I will hand the floor over to her before we go on to the legal report. Thank you, Rachel.
We'll try this one.
There we go.
Good afternoon. Guys, I just wanted to bring back post-secondary authorization back up. My name, just for the board record, is Rachel Powers. I'm the Program and Policy Director for Regulatory Boards. And I wanted to make sure you all completely understood post-secondary authorization, because this is a big topic that's going to be before you a lot in the coming future. Possibly it'll be a big topic at the top of the hill, probably too. And I know that y'all have approved some schools to be post-secondarily authorized, and so I wanted to give you a little bit of background on it. I know some of you do really know a lot about this, and some of you may not know a thing. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was properly educated. Last year, some of the industry people brought to our attention that schools in Tennessee needed to be post-secondarily authorized in order to receive Title IV funding for their students. And the U.S. Department of Education has required this for these schools. Well, in the state of Tennessee, the Tennessee Higher Education Commission has a division called the Division of Post-Secondary Authorization, and they are authorized by statute for every other industry but barbering and cosmetology to give authorization. Their statute specifically exempted barbering and cosmetology, so this left your industry with nowhere to go. So that's why it became a topic. We didn't want students to lose this funding. They need to go to school, they need to get their education, and they need to have the ability to get these loans just like everybody else gets them. So last legislative session, a couple of the senators and representatives got together, and this was a Band-Aid fix to give each separate board authority until the boards merged, and then to give the new merged board authority to authorize these schools for the next year. So this authorization only goes until July 2015, and then the statute is eliminated. As Roxana mentioned earlier, you have the ability to sign up for notifications. If you go to sign up for notifications, if you aren't already, there is a notification that was sent that lists the public chapter about this. So you can read the law as it was passed and the requirements therein. I believe also you were presented a binder today with your laws and rules. I believe that has the public chapter in there as well. If you're not familiar with post-secondary authorization, it is a very, very detailed process that other industry schools have to go through to get it through the Division of Post-Secondary Authorization in the state of Tennessee. What we are doing is a Band-Aid. You have to be an accredited institution. You have to give an affidavit to us that says that you accept so many students above the higher education, post-secondary education, and then you have to maintain your accreditation. If by some chance that fails, then the board can revoke your authorization. If in the U.S. Department of Education doesn't accept your authorization, these schools can then go to the Tennessee Higher Education Commission's Division of Post-Secondary Authorization and ask for authorization through their process, which is much, much more complex. I know that's a lot to take in all at once, but I wanted to make sure you had a little bit of history because it is just really right now a formality, Rob was right, it is just a formality that you're approving it, but it is a lot bigger of a topic than just being a formality. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, why were we exempt?
You know, it's a very old statute, and I don't know the history of why you were exempt. There were two other exemptions, schools of electrology and auctioneer schools, and the auctioneer school was just added either last legislative session or the session before, and there's only one auctioneer school in the state of Tennessee that's also housed under Commerce and Insurance, and they requested to be exempt. So, and I imagine schools of electrology don't have a lot of need for student loans. Questions?
Glad to have you.
Thanks, guys. I just wanted to make sure you had the history on that. It's going to be a big topic, and it'll probably come up next legislative session, and it's one of my duties to make sure you know what's going on and that you're aware of all the hot topic items in the industry. So,
Rachel, assuming we grant, like we have earlier today, post-secondary authorization, asked for it, you're saying that is good through this coming July 2015?
well, basically, your granting gives them the authorization until they no longer meet it. I don't think that their authorization expires after you grant it unless they fail to meet the requirements. The board's authority ceases next July. Should the U.S. Department of Education not accept your rubber stamp, basically, of the 3 things set out in the public chapter, then they can go to the Division of Post-Secondary Authorization, but their authority for these industries to be exempt from their statute also ends next July. So this is definitely a topic that will come up next legislative session. It was only a Band-Aid fix for the next year to give time to determine what's the best entity to give this authorization.
Rachel, since we're talking about funding, I think it's called Tennessee Promise. Is that the one that's going to pay for the 2-year schools? Is cosmetology covered under that? I know what Tennessee Promise is, and I know that they are a last resort funding. You have to, I know the process you have to go through. It's a long process, and then whatever's left, that you will get it paid for. But is cosmetology covered in that as well?
I can't say 100% for sure that it is because I don't know a lot of detail about Tennessee Promise, but I do know that Board of Regents schools, which are the Tennessee schools, are covered in Tennessee Promise, and I don't know why a certain industry would be exempt from that, but I can't say with 100% certainty that they are included. But I'm sure we can find out from you. We have some contacts at the Board of Regents.
Yeah.
I have someone in the back, I think, has some information.
Anything that's under the Tennessee Board of Regents.
Yes, there are various Tennessee Board of Regents schools. So
Basically, any university in the state of Tennessee that offers a
But are they eligible for Hope Scholarship money?
they are not, but it goes under Wilder Navy one, and they are equal to. Hope Scholarship will go to a teacher.
for all intensive purposes, and I'm sure you know this, students can get their education through high schools from the state, Board of Regents schools, and through our privately licensed schools. So we get hours from 3 different places, and Roxana communicates on a regular basis with our Board of Regents contacts and our Department of Education contacts about questions they have about board decisions and curriculum and that sort of thing. Thank you for giving me some time to talk to you about that, guys.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Rob for the legal report, and he may, on the agenda, he's got several things he's going to cover, so we'll try to make sure to cover them all. All yours.
Okay, this is a big program that we have here, and you know, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? So after hearing you carry out your business, which was very, very efficient, I appreciate that. I was trying to think of ways that we could better divide up the work with the establishment of some committees that will get together every so often, probably in about teams of 3 with me and the director, and talk about some things and present some ideas to the full board for discussion, so we don't try to figure it all out while we're here, because our board meetings will get really, really, really long if we do that. And I'm not going to ask for volunteers today, but maybe next session. I was going to give you my idea of what some of these committees might look like, and you might want to think about whether or not you taking some of that on. I'd kind of like, you know, somebody from both the barber and cosmetology side, if possible, on each committee. But the first committee would be the complaint committee. You're going to see here in a minute, and if you read this complaint report, it's pretty long, whose responsibility would be to try to read through all these complaints prior to the board meeting, have an opportunity to put some notes together. I would get together with them and provide them some guidelines about, you know, what our most common things are that we see and what we should probably do about them, so we don't look arbitrary or capricious about what we do to make sure we stay between the ditches. And then that committee chair would say, I recommend the board accept this report, you know, with maybe just to accept it in total. It just depends on how they feel about it, and then that would be that. Next committee would be the rules committee, and this would be some people that would take some time to sit down and look at our rules, of which we have 4 separate chapters over from our 2 different boards, and see what we can do to make them work better for us. Try to combine them into one workable body so they don't conflict with each other. And from time to time, the General Assembly is going to pass a new law that we're going to have to put into rules. Figure out how to best do that. And then, of course, that committee would make a report to the full board. Next would be a policy committee, and policy is just internal guidelines for how we operate our board. You know, if Roxanne is confronted with a certain situation and the board has made a policy that this is what we would do about it, so everybody gets treated the same way. And then there'd be an education committee. Kind of cover things like what would be a good exemption for somebody to get an extension on their teacher's continuing education. When we're presented with letters saying I couldn't finish it because of this or that, then we would consistently respond to that each time. And possibly things that have to do with how schools are, you know, audited or operate, or whatever that we see a need for education. And then the last one would be the reciprocity committee, which I hope, which this one would do, is we would be able to get our committee together, develop a few scenarios and what we would do with each one, because I was listening to how you were handling those before, and hopefully if we could come up with a few scenarios, we could treat those the same way, and in the best case, the board could authorize the director, when confronted with exactly these same situations, you wouldn't have to look at it. And I'm just trying to come up with ways to compress our meeting time as much as possible and sort of offload the work, spread it out as much as we can. Committee meetings will have to be noticed, they will have to be agended, but not necessarily everybody will have to physically be there. You can call in. So if you want to think about that until September, if you might be interested in serving on one of these policies or one of these committees, complaint, rules, policy, education, or reciprocity, I think we could develop a streamlined board that could really be effective, and whenever somebody would ask us why we did something, then we would have a pretty good pay why we did stuff the way we do, because we reasoned it out and talked about it, and the board approved it. We didn't just pull it out of the air. Having said that, I guess we can go on to the legal report, which you were provided a week ago.
Yes.
Rob, not only would it move the meetings along, but I just like the idea of it being more consistent in helping us to we can more quickly make decisions and be consistent. The inconsistency drives me crazy because I want to be fair, I want to be consistent, and so setting up some policies that we can go by, it just would make it so much easier.
That's the goal, and a lot of these complaints are violation complaints. You get to the point to where you can just sort of pick out the issue pretty quickly and come to an agreeable solution. Hopefully our complaint, and I'll provide the complaint committee with whatever materials they want so they can make valid decisions. But having said, if y'all have read this report, I have a couple of things that need to change lately on it, and I will point those out to you if I can find it. Number 5 under notice of violations would be on your page 41 of the pad. All right. Number 5, which is the top one on that page, that civil penalty, I would like to reduce that from $32.50 to $22.50 because of a mathematical error on my part. There are only 2 unlicensed people, not 3, so it would be $2,000. And then the last one is on the very last page of the report. Page number item number 19. I would like to change that to a consent order for $1,000 in a formal hearing, rather than all this incorporation stuff about making it, putting. Going to treat that as its own complaint, separate.
Which one now? 19?
Very, very last case on page 114 of your pad, labeled number 19. That. If y'all have any other recommendations.
On all of this, you mean?
All
on
of
everything? I had a question on, well, let's see, I don't know exactly where this was. Maybe it was, I think it was on page 7. There was case 4, 5, 6, and 7 where they were falsifying hours. It sounded like the schools were in violation. And so I was wondering, are the students being refunded for their fees, or are they given credit for their hours, or are the students being taken care of when the school is doing that?
I read these complaints, of course, and this is 4 separate complaints among some related people against the same school that are virtually identical.
Oh.
And what it sounded like from the first complaint was that, you can't say for certain ever, but it sure looks like they all got together and decided that they were all suddenly had a problem with this school. And at any rate, we don't regulate particular behaviors of a school. We make sure they maintain their minimum standards to maintain their license.
Okay. That's fine. And on page 11 and 12, numbers 13 and 15. I was so glad to see this because they have a complaint history that there's going to be a re-inspection within a month. And I was really glad to see that because, you know, you can write them up, you can fine them, and then you don't come back for a year. And so I was glad to see that.
We'll be back.
And then I thought it was pretty funny about bribing money in their pockets.
That was
but whatever.
fun, yeah.
But, and then I started thinking, after reading through all this and going blind, that, you know,
black and white.
For example, the health board inspects restaurants, and so every week in our paper or online, you can go and find the inspections, who failed, what their scores were. You know, I'm not going to eat there. Okay, I'll eat there. It would be so nice, and I don't know if it's possible, but it'd be so nice with all the media and social media that we have, if there's some place that could be posted. I mean, I think people need to know this place right here, this nail place right here, or this, you know, cosmetology shop right here had this violation. I mean, I just think people would be more accountable for, you know, trying to follow the laws and the rules if it was posted.
Is there some rule about the confidentiality?
We're required to every month put out a disciplinary report for the whole department. That's a press release, and maybe Rachel knows how that works better than I do. But there's nothing to keep us from putting it on our own website, I wouldn't think.
Well, I know we didn't get names, so we don't know who these places are right now.
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, two things. Well, actually, three things. One, the disciplinary action report is available on the website, and it's all the boards together, separated by board. So you can see what funeral homes are cited, what auctioneers are cited. Everybody that regulatory boards regulates, we're required by law to put a disciplinary action report. And that is after this, down the road. So when you approve consent orders, those things are what we put on the disciplinary action report. So you can see which shops and where they're located and what the fine was to some extent. Secondarily, all shops have to post their inspection sheet in their shop at all times. I'm sure you all know that, so the public can see it there. But a lot of times we do get news to inquiries about, tell me all the Memphis inspections and who all had a violation under this, which is information they pull from the disciplinary action report. But that's all public and out there, and anytime you want to know what a certain shop's score was, we can provide that to you. It's something that we document when our field people go out there and do it. So
is it on Tennessee.gov site, the disciplinary
yes, it's
action?
actually on your board website. There's a link, I believe it's over to the right, and it's called Disciplinary Action Report.
Oh, okay.
It's not super detailed about what they did, but it tells what the violation is.
But just so you know, and I'm sure Rob will get into this if he didn't already in your board member orientation, you get it anonymously, but when you get the consent order list that you approve, that's from past meetings for people who have settled. Some of those cases go on to formal charges to actual litigation because they think, I didn't do it, or they don't decide to settle it. So, you know, some cases might last a year to a year and a half, depending on how long the individual licensees decide to draw it out and not settle, where some of them, you know, go down the line and get done quickly. So,
Got to ask the question. It's all right. Who sets the prices for the civil?
Well, the way that I've been doing it, once again to avoid being arbitrary and capricious, is that if somebody violates one of our sanitary rules, it's $250. And that adds up. So you can end up with a $2,000 penalty for breaking 8 different rules. And that's the way we've been doing it. Now, when a little bit later, you'll look at the agreed citations that I've shown, that I've together with Roxanna, and it will show you a schedule of how we come up with that kind of stuff. So it's so we maintain the same standard for everybody. Sanitary violations are about $250. Unlicensed activity is $1,000 a piece, unless it's really bad, and then it's revocation. Does that help?
I just thought they were mighty high, excessive.
Well, they get high if you just keep adding on to them. If you just had one violation, it's $250. If you had several, then it goes up. It's not really as bad as it could be, because if you see one violation of one sanitary rule, there could be several sub-violations of that. Everybody.
Maybe it's me.
One reason is that we don't want civil penalties to be a cost of doing business. It needs to be a preventative measure. And in some cases, it's to remove whatever profit they've made by doing this illegal activity.
Okay, now I can see something. I don't have any reason to doubt that. What I'm just questioning is the excessive amount. Maybe just me. I just thought it was excessive. $1,000 and that type of thing. Next week, if got a salon with three people in it, and you come up with $1,000 fine, that particular salon is over. It's over. They can't do that. And now here's what we've ended up doing. We are in the put out business, and we're saving everybody, but who's working?
We've worked out payment plans with people before.
That was my next question.
Yes, we do that. On the other hand, we are trying to prevent people from breaking our law and rules, and the place you hit them is in the pocketbook. And if they keep up with this behavior, we don't have any choice but to lift them from the stream of commerce. Can't play by the rules. I mean, that's the sort of the brutal truth of why we're here. We are protecting the public health, safety, and welfare. These people could injure somebody and hurt them badly if we don't want to find out later that they were incompetent and we should have done something before. The public's depending on us to protect them.
I'm just I'm still not happy, but I'll go with it. It's just unreal. I just thought that was excessive, too excessive.
Everybody does what they should, and you know what your regulations are for keeping up your license and your sanitary procedures, then you wouldn't really have to worry about a whole lot when they walk in on you.
I agree. And it could be perfect, but it doesn't happen that way.
And nobody's ever perfect, though.
Well, and we have had instances where, maybe it's their first violation, and they have the right to not contest it, but just reply to the violation, right? They can call and say, yes, I did this, but...
I've represented things
yes.
before. After they've, provided sufficient...
They've made it right or whatever.
If they give me something that would have changed my recommendation, then you have a right to know that, and I'll bring it back to you. I've done it many times before.
Also in the recommendation is the history of the shop. I think the high numbers that you're seeing is with the unlicensed activity. Those.
Yeah, we've provided that.
Yeah.
Some of them have long histories.
Rob, the complaints that we're reading, all these complaints, tell me if this is right. They come in like three different ways. When it says a complaint, that's from a consumer, correct?
Well, there's a complaint, then there's consumer complaint, where somebody has written us and told us this is what they did.
Okay, but if it says notice of violation, that's one of our inspectors.
Yes, but it's still a complaint.
Yeah, I know, but it's one of our inspectors that's done it
Yes.
when it says notice. Okay, and then there were complaints opened administratively in here. Okay.
There's going to be some special animals, but those are the two major categories.
Roxana, how would you like to proceed with these?
I think if you've got any questions, now would be the time for each board member to raise questions or notations, such as the amounts to discuss, and then Rob will take votes on if the record.
I've made 2 amendments to this, so it could be anything from you would vote to accept it with the amendments that I've made to completely redoing it, and we can do that too. Like I say, I'm hoping with the different committees that we can all get educated as to how we all feel a lot more comfortable about it.
If it's okay, maybe it'll let us all have a chance to speak to any of this. If we go around the room, if there's any particular one that you have a question on, then we can look at that one and just give everybody an opportunity, okay? So, Ms. Allen, we'll start with you. Is there any particular number or complaint that you have a question about?
No, I do not.
Okay. Margaret?
Okay, so this on page 43 on your iPads, it's actually page files. This maybe is just a typo. Alleges that a respondent, a cosmetology shop, was operating same without first obtaining a valid board-issued license.
Same, it just means they're operating that shop.
Okay, I was like, what?
I guess it's to avoid being redundant.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. I guess this one maybe just, it was the fact that there was your hands are tied, or hours. Number 14 says that, you know, their license was expired for a year, but because there was no customers there, you couldn't give them a fine or a.
Yep, our hands were tied.
Okay.
We actually have to be doing something.
Okay. Okay.
So they can be open for business with an expired license?
Well, they can be open and people walk in, but if nothing's going on, then they're not practicing. I mean, there could be any number of reasons. Their doors could be open for maintenance purposes, modeling. I know that's highly unlikely, I know that. But they actually have to be providing a service.
Should we change our policy to sit in the parking lot until we see somebody walk in and then follow in?
Of course, are faced with that dilemma. So there are times where nothing's going on, and they may wait a little bit to see if something goes on.
Yeah, they do that.
so-
They'll go waiting to ride around the block, come back.
So I guess to answer your question is, you should not be open for business with an expired license. But if we walk in and no one's there, and your answer is, well, I'm waiting on the painter, then that is a possibility.
But why are they painting it if they're not open for business?
Well, I put in my renewal or my application, and
Right.
it should be here tomorrow. I'm trying to get the bathroom fixed, or get the walls painted, and then I'll be open.
The dog ate my homework.
Yeah.
I've heard
Say,
it.
well, I don't believe you, but,
Yeah, all right.
Did we flag that for reinspection?
oh, they'll be back, yes.
They'll be back.
But you can't inspect a place that has no license. Only licensed entities are under our jurisdiction.
But what happened to the ones that are operating under expired license? They just,
Trouble. If we catch them, they're in trouble.
how are we gonna catch them?
They're doing stuff with an expired business. They're in there doing a whole different issue. If there's nobody in there at all, or people are just standing around doing nothing, we don't have as much of a case.
Or if there's 9 clients in a chair and 9 headdresses went out the back door, you can't do a thing.
I mean, did you read the ones where they got up and ran out? I literally laughed out loud.
Yeah.
They got
Sad.
ran out.
The thing is, though, they'll reoffend.
Of course they will. I still have lots of little, I know. So I did read language. Sometimes it's not licensed, and sometimes it's expired.
It's the same thing.
Well, that's what we had talked about. But then I saw both terms used, and I didn't know if, same thing, okay.
When you're expired, at least there's some people that never had a license.
Well, that's why I thought that maybe should be worse, but then they're technically not under,
And it's a difference without a distinction. If you're expired, they did have a license and they could renew, but there's some people that never had it. I think is worse too.
I have a
I
question.
saw an inspector assaulted. I was a customer somewhere. So, I mean, it's.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Is there some type of timeline when you run into someone that has an expired license that you tell them you have to have it renewed by this time in order to stay open, or? Right.
They actually receive their renewal applications, just like you all do, whether in your shops or as licensees, about 70 days in advance. They should all know that they can renew online. So there's no reason to not renew. If an inspector walks into a shop and the license is expired, if there's no one working, like Rob is explaining, they could just say, you need to close the doors right now, even if the painter's coming. You cannot service the public, and and you need to go online and pay today. You need to stay closed till that license comes in. The proof of paying online is wonderful because that's proof of your payment. You can post that and then consider yourself until the license gets there as active. It's just depending on what you catch them, but in essence, you should not operate one day with an expired license.
So you can't tell them to shut the doors.
Yeah, you can cease and desist. It's like you were saying, well, I was waiting for the painter, and the inspector can say, well, it's my lunchtime, I'll just wait here with you and see if they show up. They're supposed to close their doors and not be open.
Barger, did you have any other question?
I don't think so.
I have a quick question. If a shop's license is expired and so they're not on the inspector's list, okay.
They had a license, so they're on the list.
Yeah,
If you've had a license at any, how long, how does that work?
The list that the inspectors get to do their shops includes those that are expired and those that are active. And so as they do their territory, however they decide to do it and works best for each one depending on the area, they will hit shops with active license as well as those that are delinquent. They could walk into a shop that 2 months ago was active but is getting ready to close and wants us then to know that way.
Gotcha.
So they're all on the report.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
a good question. Mhm.
I have two things, or two more things. On page 81, number 4, there was someone who obtained their license by stating they were military and they weren't. Is there a way to prevent that from happening in the future?
Number 83 or 84?
It's page 81. Whoa, I'm sorry. It's page, on the iPad, sorry. It's 104 on the iPad, and it's number 4. 104, number 4. And I was just wondering if there's something to prevent that from happening again. I just wonder how that happened. Because we're very sympathetic to the military and
I will answer, since this is military case and it's part of the Barber Examiners Board, and Mr. Gillihan will probably be able to answer as well. We presented a lot of these cases to the board, and they basically were fraudulent documents. So we've gone through an administrative law judge hearing them and revocations and what have you. So we're down to the very last few of these cases, fortunately.
okay. And then on page 114 of the iPad, number 91, I've never seen this. Number 19. I've never seen this before. A homeless man, and he's been charged with a penalty of $1,000.
That's the one that I made the change to, that we're gonna consider this as its own.
Oh, you did?
Sweeping up the hair on the sidewalk?
Yeah, sweeping the hair. I couldn't find where you were when you were talking about that.
Yeah, he said other ones.
Was he charging for haircuts?
Yeah, he said he makes his living.
Books.
And cuts at the same time.
On the sidewalk?
That's kind of gross.
Is there an agency response to some of the news consumer reports that I hear? But they're done in a really good nature. Like there really is a culture in Memphis where people without license do front porch haircuts. I saw a news report on it, and they're not licensed.
Inspecting home shops is tricky as it is. We can't just, because we've gotten calls saying the neighbor next door is cutting hair and not licensed. And so as Rob can attest, that's difficult if it's an unlicensed activity in a home. You know, we can't just
Walk into
walk
somebody's
into somebody's
house.
home.
It's a little tougher.
But we attempt, and letters to cease and desist are deceased are definitely sent out so that they will not operate that way or ask us to come inspect and open them with make sure that all the requirements are met.
Know that we should make that man wear a shirt that says, "I'm not licensed." That's it.
Mayor.
I've said it right now, I believe.
I just, out of curiosity, I was looking at page 105 on the iPad where the complaint was about alcoholic beverages. Can salons and shops not serve alcoholic beverages? That serve alcoholic beverages.
In the cosmetology board, it is allowed. It is not in the barber examiners board.
What if you're dual licensed? I get
You
that question
cannot.
a lot.
When you're
Okay.
duly licensed, the trumping, what's going to take precedence is the one that doesn't allow it. We run into the same things with fish tanks.
The more restrictive control.
You've got to go with whichever one's more restrictive.
I have been told that in the past. I just, thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ms. Richmond?
No, there was just so many of the nail violations, and it seems like you can't get control over it, no matter what we try to do.
We have a pretty large sized day spa, and that's probably our most challenging department as well. So it's kind of relative. Seriously.
Ms. Appenfield?
I can only add that it just seems to be a lot out of control. You know, it's.
We have more licensees than anybody. The cosmetology by itself had more than any other board, and now we've combined board. We have probably twice as many as any other board, just licensees,
But how many other?
a lot.
I can do this now because it may be appropriate. Going to present some numbers to kind of let everybody know where we're at. Master barbers and instructors are 5,012 licensees. Barber shops, again, for just barber shops, 2,060. Barber schools are 23. Barber technicians, 27. Active cosmetologists with license are 50,729. Cosmetology shops are 8,564. So between the two, when I got here, we had almost 11,500 shops, many of which had been really behind on inspections. So the fact that we've dropped under the 11,000 is only because we hadn't had a chance to inspect so many, and they were in essence closed. We really are opening more than we're closing, but we were just behind inspecting quite a bit. And then we've got 83 cosmetology schools. So active, we have 55 to 57,000 licensees between the two boards at probably any given time. And a lot, of course, that wait till after they're expired. But that's kind of our numbers. So yes, in numbers, we are probably the biggest. The board office is 8 individuals. That counts Betty and I. We've got 14 field inspectors, and the wonderful thing with the field inspectors now, we're in contact with them every single day, is that some of them inspect motor vehicles and other boards as well, so they're experienced not only in our things but others. But because there are more of them, they have a direct immediate supervisor that can stay on task with what they do. They're really doing a fantastic job getting our shops completed, and by the end of this year, we will be on task with every shop having an annual inspection.
We have, compare that with 1,200 land surveyors in Tennessee. So our other boards just simply don't have this many people, so be a lengthy complaint report. That's why I want to have a committee and the agreed citation thing that you're going to see to try to reduce your workload on this.
Actually?
Yeah, I'm excited about the committees. I think that there's a great way to organize this information and then even really track the data behind the numbers that we're seeing every month. I mean, obviously, we all know after even just skimming all of these that we saw the same complaints over and over again, but there's, I would imagine, a pretty easy way, or at least easier way then to track really important issues and who's doing what. I felt like I was on the same page over and over again a lot.
Did
I read that
Same line
already?
over and over.
No.
I'm going to have to agree with the things I've heard here. I have read every one of these. I'm sure that you guys have went through them as well. I'm a little troubled about the injuries, the ones that mentioned certain injuries. I know that's something we have to always stay on top of, whatever part of the industry it's in. Blatant violations, wanton violations of continuing to practice without licenses. The last gentleman we talked about, we all have empathy and sympathy for someone in dire straits in their lives and whatnot, but we do still have to follow the rules and laws, I believe. There is a way, there is a process that even someone who's homeless can work within the confines of the system and find their way into a profitable field. That's why we do this. We have quite a few items in here, and I know they all deserve all of our considerations, and thank you for having studied these and gone through them. Do you need a recommendation or a motion on how to proceed with these?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Would someone care to make a motion as to how to accept or change these?
I've made 2 amendments myself, so.
Make a motion that we accept the legal report with the 2 amendments that Rob has made.
I'll second that.
Second was Ms. Richmond. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right, now some good news. On page 115 of your pad, you will see a heading called Consent Orders. I'm not going to read these to you, but this is for your information. These are actions, formal actions that have become final. They accepted and paid the civil penalty. There's 2.5. And moving on to.
They need to do a motion to accept.
They do?
We need to accept the consent orders.
Yeah. Normally, I would get you to approve a consent order, approve that action, and then whenever they accepted it.
And you're approving us having received through August, and so this total of $22,500 are all the consent orders that we received in the board office and through last week.
Barber and Cosmetology.
That is correct. We are now combining
It's
those
all
amounts for
nails.
both.
We have a motion to approve the consent order report.
Make a motion to approve the consent order report.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right, on page 120, you will see a document. Read citation guidelines. This is a tool that I'm hoping that you will approve us to use to reduce the amount of complaints that we get by delegating a little authority to our inspectors in the field who see something happening right then. They will be able to do something about it. So the first page, there's different categories here. There's 2 categories. And as you can see, the first offense will always be a warning letter. Second offense will be $250. Third offense would be $500. After that, it's going to become a complaint, and you're going to have to do something else to them. I'm pretty sure y'all probably already read through this. Was this in their materials?
No.
Okay. Well, let me give you a minute to. I'll give you a few minutes. Just let me know when you're done reading it.
And I'm going to interject for just a second and give you an idea of the field inspectors are going to go out on the field. So this is not for the consumer complaints we receive, and it's not for anything that the board office might have to open. It is for the notices of violation. When an inspector opens them, as Rob says, they're going to have certain categories they'll fall under. The inspector will not be doing the agreed citation. They will simply turn in the notice of violation to the office. I want control of of this agreed citation to come to the board office. John Lillard handles complaints. He's the complaint coordinator. He will double-check the history of the shop. He'll know if it's just a letter or which category. That way it isn't in the inspector's hands to issue this citation, ticket, whatever we want to call it. So it'll be done by the office probably within the next 2 days at the most.
Is an inspector and the field person, are they the same thing?
Yes, they're called field inspectors.
Inspectors now, no
Yes,
inspector, okay.
yes.
Wouldn't have anything to do with the schools, this letter, or this, like,
If a field inspector inspected a school and found that they fell in line with one of the, for example, unlicensed activity, that's not going to get a citation. That's a big deal. And so those would be the full complaint going up to legal. But if it's a sanitation violation in the school, then yes, we could. We could issue a citation to them as well.
The first category, Rob, is like just these certain violations that are listed there?
Yes.
And then for cosmetology?
They get progressively worse.
And then, yeah, category 2, those violations fall under that with a stiffer penalty. And then different ones for barber?
Same category, just they're inspecting a cosmetology shop or a barber shop.
The barber statutes are right below the cosmetology. If you look at page 121, it starts with the shop sign not visible in the street. That's a cosmetology 62-4-126 code. But 2 after that starts barber on the right side. So we've got 2 citations that could get that category within the barber laws. See? That's
Oh, I
kinda
see it
how
now, I see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
And then category 3 is just more,
Licensing.
okay.
We're not going to tolerate unlicensed conduct.
So
Very well.
the inspectors turn that into the office, and the office looks to see which violation it is, and then they take care of it, and we don't see it unless it's
Correct.
after the 3rd violation.
That's exactly right. The hope is that legal doesn't even get that complaint, that we handle it in the office. And the letter, and you'll see the next page after those, the letter is on page 124. It's a sample letter. Let us know if you think any language needs to be changed. But it basically says they've got 30 days from the date of this letter to handle this quickly, which is sign this, send the check, and it's done. If it is not handled that way, then the complaint moves over to legal. And then legal would wait on a response, and we'd handle it like the cases you've heard today.
Is that the point where the shop owner or the person involved would be able to come in and have their moment in front of the board to be heard?
That happens if we offer a settlement offer through a consent order. If they refuse it or don't accept it, then we charges, and then they'll have their day in court. Hoping that this process will keep this report more manageable.
how many days in court are there? I mean, is that a pretty big agenda
Well, the way
annually, like maybe?
the way we've been handling it, for a lot of them that were just regular violations that ended up becoming formals, that's just been in front of a judge. We've had some that are severe enough to where they're going to have to be in front of the board. That would have to do with fraudulently obtaining a license, things like that.
These in Chancery Court in the counties that they're in, or?
Court is where they appeal from you. If you don't like what a judge says and they'll say, I want the board to hear it, then it would come to you. Is that first appeal? Then above that is Chancery, and then finally the Court of Appeals.
To address what Mr. Finger was pointing out about the the fines, the fees. So if someone is fined and it's a hardship for them to pay or whatever, can they, I mean, so they call John Lillard in the office, and they call you. And there's a way to work out payment?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've worked out payment plans before.
Even with this new process?
The agreed citation
No,
is
that's
you
all.
simply agree and pay it all. There is no payment plan with the agreed citation. It is, you're accepting that what the citation was is in fact what happened, whether it's sanitation or expired license, whatever it is, and you're paying the amount within the 30 days, no questions asked.
Yeah, it's not negotiable.
It's not negotiable. If you don't, then it goes up to legal. It's what the board's going to read without knowing the name, obviously redacted, vote on the amount, agree on the amount, and then if they can pay it, they could work out a payment plan.
Do you need a motion for us to approve this?
Yes.
Yeah, there's actually, it's two-pronged. First, you're going to give us the authority to do this. Then you would, then you would approve the language as acceptable to you and the categories and how it's set up, so. One motion or two separate ones, I guess.
The goal of this just to streamline, is that your goal?
Because of a great percentage are these sanitary violations. And they, I think your attention needs to be focused on the more severe violations.
Remember that they don't have to agree with the agreed citation and pay it. If they, respond and don't agree with the situation, whatever, the case would move on anyway, and you all would see it redacted.
Collecting the money on this as an on-site agreed citation.
It's not an on-site agreed citation. The notice of violation happens on-site. The board office receives it. The board office sends out the agreed citation. Yeah, so.
Tricky.
Yeah, so within a couple of days, it'll go out, and then you have a chance to decide in 30 days, are you going to get this over with? Because in fact, the license was expired, or in fact that this sanitation violation, they took pictures, and it's well documented, and then at that point, the agreed citation would resolve it that way. If not, it proceeds.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion to grant the director of the board and the legal department the authority to handle these?
So move.
Second.
Yeah. Not much of them.
Mr. Gambuzzo had a second.
That's fine.
Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Second one was the approving the document form of it, yeah.
Does anyone have any questions about the document in front of them?
Once it's approved, this goes out to all salons and.
We keep this for
Oh, okay.
ourselves.
Okay.
The only thing they would see and hopefully not see is the letter and the citation itself.
Letter will include the amount, and really that's it.
And the text of the
The text.
citation is right after that cover letter.
If they wanted to challenge their citation, they would just have to make a appearance before the board or before you, or
It would just become a complaint.
a complaint then.
This is a chance for them to have it not become a complaint. If they don't want to do it that way, then we'll do it like we've done these.
We actually get a lot of calls in the office when an inspector has left them with a notice of violation, and they've seen it before, they know they were in the wrong. The call is, how much do I owe? Just how much do I owe? And of course, we can't answer that because the decision is the board's. And so we say, you need to respond in writing. Well, I just want to get this over with. So that's not to say that they'll all handle it that way by any means, but we do get calls just wanting to get it over with.
I think to be clear, no one is forfeiting any of their rights or options. It's simply giving the administrative staff an opportunity to handle this through simple paperwork, a letter, a phone call, in any cases that would still, by the choice of the respondent, would still be able to come in front of the board at any time under the procedure we already have, correct?
We're not taking any rights away. We're just giving them options on how to more effectively take care of this. I mean, if your inspector walks into a shop and it's in a bad way, and he takes pictures of it, and there's really no way you can really dispute that, just pay it.
It's really no different than a
Don't do
traffic
it
ticket,
again.
it sounds like.
That's exactly
I mean,
right.
it's a photograph of a traffic ticket with your license plate, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. I make a motion to move forward with the approval of this board for the letter.
We have a motion to approve the language here. Do we have a second? Richmond seconded. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thing I hope happens with this is that our licensees will feel that the board is more immediate in their lives. Things will happen right away.
If I could, for the next part that Rob is working on, the last two parts in this section, if you could make sure to power out your iPads, you're not going to need it for this, because we printed the proposed rules. You've got the cosmetology and the barber proposed rules. So at least to give your batteries a minute rest, at the top right-hand corner is a little button. If you push on it, it'll power and save your power for a little bit of time.
Or do you want to do your part now?
No, you go right ahead. If you sleep, we'll be okay. And we'll wake them up in a minute. There you go.
Right. The heart and soul of regulation, rulemaking. And I think Roxana probably told you, please pass these back in when you're done making your notes, because this is, even though we're in a public setting, it's still attorney work product and not for public consumption directly.
Is it exactly what you emailed to us?
It
Okay.
is. It is exactly the same.
You got a paper copy so you can make notes if you want. And if you have read it, then I'll be more than happy to make my notes about what you see needs to be changed. Hopefully, next time, we'll be able to get you to approve these. We'll do our flexibility analysis, regulatory flexibility analysis, and get these moving. First, we want these rules to get to look the way that you want them to look.
Did you say we're going to vote on these next time? What?
Well, before you initiate rulemaking, and actually, these have already been worked on quite a bit, and they were approved. Because I think you were there. But before we can, it's one of the statutory requirements, before we can set a notice of rulemaking hearing, regulatory flexibility analysis. And we'll do that. I'll give you a script. We can start on the cosmetology or the barber, it doesn't matter.
Let's do the hard work first. There's a lot of cosmetology.
First thing you'll notice that the name is changed at the top. Together, I'll talk to those people in a lot more detail than here right now about trying to get these rules married up to where they don't conflict with each other and all that.
You're reviewing the rules again because this is a brand-new board. So if you've got any questions, concerns, now is the time to point them out so Rob can answer. If you've had a chance to look at them based on the fact that the Cosmetology Board approved what you're already seeing, you can vote simply to accept them as they are, and they will continue to the next stage. We'll do the same thing with the barber.
Some of you have seen these before, others have not.
Are we in discussion?
Yes, and totally up to you, Mr. Dillon. We can start the same way we did with the legal. Ms. Allen, if you've got any questions or concerns or explanations you need, and we'll just keep going that way.
I'm kind of lost. Do you want me to say right now, or?
Oh, no, right now, or we can come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone had a chance to look at them from the email and kind of knows things that they want to point out.
Okay, it's the same thing now.
It's the exact same thing you were emailed, both the barber and the cosmetology. So this would be a chance for Rob to answer questions, concerns, see if we need to change anything.
Okay, that's what I didn't understand.
It's not red, but it's called a red line version.
Say it again. The what?
Strikeouts are going away, and the underlined parts are new. The stuff that doesn't have anything is already in the rules.
I have comments on it. Yeah, the first time I saw these was when they were emailed to me by Roxana. Actually, I've worked on this for about 6 years with legislature. Over the last two years, Rachel Powers and I have sat in on med spa study groups, basically as an advocate for estheticians and to offer more information about the advancement and progression of aesthetics in the United States and globally so that the profession could actually progress. And and with the whole idea about consumer safety, there's an idea in the state of Tennessee that with estheticians working in cosmetology and estheticians working in medical field under physician's licenses, that there's a great concern for consumer safety. And I think that this puts us in a very vulnerable situation unless we have new rules that progress us in the activities, the scope of practice of equipment, practices that are a modern business. And as all of you know, aesthetics has come a very long way in the last 10 years. And I believe that, as Bill Giannini said this morning, that what we vote on, we're going to move into probably the next decade. And I just hate to see this done with what we did in the last 20 years, because we've even lost the last 10 years. And as an esthetician for 30 years, there's a whole lot more coming. And I just don't think that this addresses anything modern in the devices that the cosmetology schools offering aesthetics curriculum. I think it's very antiquated, and I think that estheticians will be annihilated if we continue with this standard. Now, the schools have adapted the Milady standard books. The information of a more modern practice is in these books. I've worked with PSI on these examinations, and we can validate skilled training and testing on progression in the industry. But the beauties, what's offered in this curriculum needs some help, and this is the only way we can do it. I've been to legislature. I've given a lot of talks to senators, legislatures, and they just really didn't want to deal with the cosmetology board. I've done desk sides. I've spent 6 years on this, and I was really disappointed when I saw this. So I would like to make some recommendations to Ron to move forward with some devices that estheticians are using that is a burden to business owners and shop owners when they have a new student. We became the educators of what the consumer wanted, and the safety guards, safety dogs of this industry. And I just think that some of this needs to be the responsibility in the rulemaking process. There's some conflicting things in the.
What page are you on?
Look on page 4. Just some conflicting things. The schools have one high-frequency instrument. When you look in the rules, there's actually a statement that says estheticians may not use high frequency. So why are they teaching it in the schools? There's different ways of using.
Sappenfield, let's not miss page 4. Where on page 4 do we need to make a change?
Okay, I think that in addition to the facial steamers, the suction machine, the galvanic machine, the magnifying lamp, reclining facial chair, electric brushing machine, pair of electric heating mitts, the sinks, the storage areas, on down, I think we should delete the high-frequency instrument. There's the ultraviolet sanitizer, the trash containers are in, a sufficient work area for each student. But I think that we should add at least a level 1 microdermabrasion machine. We have rules that say that we can use microdermabrasion, and I think it should be taught in the schools, and it's also in the Milady book. I think that we need to offer in their training a single source LED light emitting device, a level 1, just so that it can open up the theory and practical use of a base, something just as a standard so that students can be introduced to light-based technologies.
So letter K, which says one high-frequency instrument, is no longer in use in the industry. That's to be deleted. Is that correct?
No longer used.
Okay, so that's the first recommendation. In lieu of that, you're saying to add what?
A level 1 microdermabrasion device or machine. And they would need to add one single source LED device, which is a light emitting device, and they come in many different varieties. On a wish list, a splurge list, I wish they could learn all of them, but as we know, it's a standard.
Now, this rule is saying that all cosmetology schools will need to have all this equipment, so we just have to, and that's fine if that's what the board is saying, that every school has to have this.
Well, what if, are they going to test them on it when they go for their testing?
We reevaluate the exams every 2 years. So right now, if the equipment has not been demanded of the schools to have, the exams obviously can't ask for it. So if we change the rules right now and add these things, which now is the time, and rules are looked at every year, so it's going to be a work in progress, but as much as we can catch, and definitely as you all are looking at these, we need to make notes and try to do the best we can now. But the next round of the examinations in 2016, when we meet, we would be able to add the things that we've added for the schools to have so that they are tested on it.
Just to give you some, history, unlike the suction machine, the microdermabrasion device would be sufficient for a suction machine. That would be like, the early stages of the so that if they were doing a new school and they didn't have if they were doing one or the other, they really wouldn't need, if they had a microdermabrasion, they wouldn't need a suction machine. And anyone that's doing light-based source devices would not need a galvanic machine because they both influence vascular, and that you wouldn't want both of them. But as a base level, I think that estheticians need to know that these devices are out there. I guess it would be like, you come in this room and here's an iPad. If we had clunky typewriters, it would not be modern. It would, I wouldn't even know how to do that now. So.
So we've got in this section for number 2, if I want to make sure I've got our notes so that Rob can follow through. for a school that teaches the aesthetics curriculum. We have, letter K is no longer going to be there. The one high-frequency instrument would be taken out. Instead, we will be adding 2 items. We would be adding a level 1 microdermabrasion machine, and we would be adding 1 single-source LED machine. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We move on?
I have a question, Roxana, because I don't disagree. I mean, I understand everything that Mona is saying, and I think that across all the school information, there's opportunity for modernization, is that the right word? Updating, to be basic. Is there a way within our committees, perhaps, that we could get best practices across what other states are doing, a comparison of things like that? I mean, I think I totally agree, all of it could be used at least for a review and revision. But I would love to see personally what other licensing bodies are doing.
Absolutely. And in one of the committees that Rob mentioned was the rules. I think that's a great idea for the folks that are in that committee to kind of do some homework to look at it and bring maybe to the table for next year's improvement on the rules. And I say that because these rules have to timely now be submitted or they're not going to go through for next year at all. And part of the cosmetology rules includes the apprenticeship law that went into effect. So we can't delay it altogether. I think we've got to do the best that we can, considering that each year they're a work in progress. We've got an opportunity to make changes, and nothing had really been changed in rules, I think, since 2008. So without a doubt, whatever we can catch now, we do, and then we've got to push them along as quickly as possible, or they will miss the next legislative session.
With the recommendation of aesthetics apprenticeship, I would be really surprised if anyone working in the industry over 10 years continuously would still be using suction galvanic, high frequency, and they would not be perfectly qualified and have on hand, a level 1 microdermabrasion and the light basis. It would truly be amazing if they weren't using these things already. And so they need to know the safety aspects of it.
Do we want to take something away from them in the high-frequency machine that would prevent them from learning on that as well?
Standard basic, I believe, that they need to know.
There's some things about the high-frequency machine and the interaction with the vascular plexus. If you have a client that's using heavy chemicals, which is a very common condition of the skin, with a very, very low pH, it comes in with all the over-the-counter things. The high frequency can actually make some permanent marks on the skin. So it's actually become out of favor, and that's why it's showing up within best practices across the United States. Is coming out of the practices.
Who else has a comment on a portion of this?
I have one question on page 4, number 3. I'm trying to understand the terminology a little bit because you're doing away with the curriculum with adequate instructional floor space. The letter A under number 3, is that just saying that you're going to combine everything and there's not going to be a specific floor for each area? I'm kind of confused with the terminology. I know, I'm confused. I hope I can explain. It says instructional floor space means the floor space of a school designed primarily for the instruction of students. So is it saying that you're just going to, floor space is floor space? And it's, because underneath it, it talks in the part that you're scratching out, it says instructional floor space for manicuring so as to not compromise or disrupt the teaching of cosmetology curriculum. So I'm trying to figure out what you're meaning.
We're providing a definition of instructional floor space because we've seen people submit schools that have tables set up in the hallway.
Okay, so
saying
you are
defining. This is where we're
okay.
teaching shampooing. It's like, no, that's
you have
a
to
hallway.
have a defined space for shampooing, is what you're saying. Okay, that's,
You
I
need
just
to have it in an actual instructional space.
Okay.
You know,
Thank
I
you.
understand that some people have cramped space, but come on.
I understand. Thank you.
And that's why that's there.
I had a question on page 8 regarding the apprentice program with the supervising licensed professional. Why was it decided that 10 years was the magic number?
That's in the law.
That's the law.
What was that again? 10 years, what
For the new apprentice
program?
option, what are we calling that?
Supervisor for the apprentice has to have 10 years of experience.
The law that passed last year as of July 1st said that rules needed to be created to carry that out. And it says that for a student to be in the apprenticeship program, they would partner with an individual, a cosmetologist, someone in shop that has 10 years work experience.
One question, if I may. Is it mandatory for a student to be in the apprentice program?
That law is a volunteer, is permissive, so the schools will have the right to decide to have the apprenticeship program or to not have it.
Under previous law, you had to get all of your hours with your butt in the seat or doing in the school. The apprenticeship program allows schools to let their students go out and actually work and obtain hours, some of their hours that way.
50%, the way the law for the Cosmetology Board has passed. And then one of the public chapters in your binders talks about every regulatory board and commission looking at apprenticeship and all the other programs. So the barbering program is going to be looking at this as well. And as we look at it, and our proposal has to be pretty soon, we've got to take into account that we're now one board, so that most likely our rules for the apprenticeship program for the barber can't be that different, because those schools that are duly licensed would have a very hard time implementing something that's very different if we do so.
I gotta just like to enlighten just a minute. I've looked at the apprentice program up and down, and it looks like one of the reasons that it's hard to sell is the name. Sounds kind of crazy, but my opinion, I think the apprentice program for barbers should be changed to the master's program, where it's sellable to both sides, and the kid wouldn't mind going into it, something on an advanced stage. From what I've seen on the volunteer program, you're going to have 90% of your students saying, no, I'm not going. Not going to take it. What would happen if we had doctors say that we're not going to go to apprentice program? And I feel the doctors were barbers first. Just
They use intern.
right. Well, just support. Well, in that case, what if we had? They said, "Well, I'm not going to go internship." That's
Preaching to the choir.
Yeah, that's my point.
It isn't, you're preaching to the choir. It should be an elevated program for the next level.
But it's not an elevated program.
No,
It's still
it's
only part of the
not.
first
No, it's
15.
not.
What if a master doctor was going to operate on you and it was only second half of his internship? Would you let him go?
This is what I'm saying.
Right. So I don't think, that would concern me, Mass. I mean,
Right.
to me, apprentice puts it in its proper scope.
I thought, from my understanding, the apprenticeship was to give the students some actual salon floor time, not to advance them into another level of the craft, unless I'm understanding wrong.
And Bobby, for me, if a student, if they have the option, I would think, based on the conversations I've had with my young staff, and I have a lot of them, if they have the option of having 750 hours outside of school and in a salon, I think you can call it anything you want, and it's not going to deter them from taking those 750 hours in a salon or a barbershop, because I have both.
The law has already been passed, and what remains for us to do is to work through these rules to be able to carve out and craft the regulations, if you will, to help proceed this into the next generation and put it into effect. There's a lot of things I think these committees may help a lot, but we have to start moving forward so that we can actually promulgate these rules. There's deadlines on those sort of things, and we've got to have something ready for the legislature to look at. That's been mandated. we probably need to spend a lot of time looking at these things more than we may have time for today. However, if we can make as much progress as possible, it helps with all the parts of this program in the cosmetology, and we'll do it again with the barber side. If you don't mind, would you look on page 8? At the top of the page, it talks
You in
about...
the barber one, or you in
This
the Cosmo?
cosmetology.
Okay.
Cosmetology. At the top of the page, it talks about any supervised licensed professional in charge. And then if you look at I underneath there, a participating school shall be responsible for confirming and supervising professionals' qualifications to be placed in responsible charge of an apprentice student as provided by this rule. So this is what we need to work our way through. We've got to decide how are we going to set our series of confirmations and qualifications for that supervising person. Those are the rules we're trying to work through here.
Because it could be like, my grandmother's got a license, and so I'm going to leave school after 750 hours. She'll sign off on me, and then there you have it, you know. And so, I think there needs to be like an instructor wherever they're doing their apprenticeship at to verify, or some type of standard for someone to verify it.
We were up to page 5, I believe, and I jumped us over to 8. I'm not trying to skip anything. Do we have any changes that we need to make on page 5?
Mr. Chairman, as a
Yes.
point of clarification, and I need to unring a bell. Both of these rules have been, by the former boards, have been approved, and they've done their flexibility analysis. So what we're doing now is for the new board to take a look and make some notes so we can set an actual hearing. And then this discussion will take place in front of the public, who will also come out and make comments. What I wanted y'all to do today is to become familiar with these projects before the hearing, so you'll know what's coming, like Mrs. Sappenfield's comments. That can be done at the rulemaking hearing. And the public will be able to discuss those comments, because I think that was pretty valuable, what you said. So what we're doing today is just looking through here and seeing if there's, take some notes that can be brought up at the hearing, but I wanted you to become familiar with them.
One of the things that I also noticed in cosmetology school, and then with the aesthetics curriculum, shall be equipped with all the workable equipment consisting of at least, there's a large study course within each course with makeup, and I feel like that we should have some kind of standardization of what they're taught in makeup, because we hire estheticians, makeup artists, and they don't really have training in makeup with value as far as like actually working with a workable product. So how we could define that so that someone who is a graduate of a standard school would at least be able to apply a complementary foundation on a client's skin. And they don't know, I haven't had the experience of someone coming to me from a school that had any collection of makeup that actually had a results-oriented type result. There really wasn't a really good. It was just it just didn't make any difference that it was there or not. So how can we implement this in these rules if they're going to? And also, there's people in department stores that are estheticians that are applying makeup, and they don't really have tools that are relevant to how to apply makeup. And I don't know, I've looked at some of those kits, and it's just not correct. So I know you can't, as an industry, as an agency, select a vendor or something like that, but we should have some kind of standard of what sure, they can do makeup, but they should be able to apply a foundation. They actually should be able to apply false eyelashes. They should be able to apply an eyeliner. So if those are, like steps that we could actually teach at school, it's a lot of hours, or we need to put the hours in something else. I don't get it. So. anyone who owns the school would be able to comment on that?
Yeah, what you run into, they've got 750 hours. And as a school, you're liable for all the services done to the people that they sign a waiver when they come in. And when I would not let mine put on the individual eyelashes because there's a potential of getting eye infections. There's so many at risk for the public. If they want to take a course after they graduate, there's several of them out there. And that's what I tell them. I have one girl that went and took the course, and she does them. But she comes back and shows us how to do them. We show them how to. We don't enforce it. Because I don't want the responsibility, because I read all about all the things that could go wrong with the eyes. I mean, it's like the glue on the eyes and the infections you can get, they could be allergic to it. So there's a lot of risk there that we would have to be taking as a school on some of that. Now, we do have people come in and do the classes so that they know that it's out there. We tell them where the training is, and at the hair shows that they go to, there's all kinds of booths set up everywhere. So if they want to pursue it, we help them look for a good school, like a training seminar or something. We help and support them and do that.
Do they actually start applying makeup on people's faces after procedures at the school?
After we do a facial, we don't. Now
So you don't really have people coming in like a makeup shop, makeup training counter where they would actually just get a makeup application for a wedding or bridal makeup and
yes,
things
if they
like
do,
that.
if they call for appointments, we do that.
And you have the makeup there for them to
They
do that?
each get makeup in their kit.
So
their school kit, which is not
if a
like
bride
the top of the brand.
wanted strip lashes, and
We
we're
show
licensed
them
to
how
do
to.
that.
You could do that.
You could do that.
But I won't do the individuals, and if they do the strips, I don't get them really close. Because
I'm sorry.
the
The
eyes are so
curriculum
delicate.
is set by the board, and then we teach the curriculums to the best of that ability. Some schools teach more, some
Have you come across like a standardized, for lack of vendor? I mean, I know we can't say use this, but
Can I ask a favor, just so that we don't get sidetracked? Because I hear what you're saying, and I don't think all of us can contribute to your conversation. When are these rules due?
Yesterday.
October.
Or do, like,
Yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Well,
Because it
there's
sounds like we
there's
have
so
some
many
very
due
interesting
dates.
conversation that could be maybe tabled with those who can input on those conversations.
What we're trying to do now is get a hearing date set. We're actually farther along than a lot of cases. After you've gotten yourself familiar with these, we're going to set a hearing days out or so from the date of its filing. The public will be notified. We'll put it on our agenda, and we will have a rulemaking hearing that's a creature of statute. There's certain things you have to do. Then we will take public comments. We can adjust the rules as we see fit according to those comments. We can add our own comments if we've opened this chapter, which we have opened it because you're looking at it. And after that, it has to go to the Attorney General. I usually put, high importance on there, but they keep it as long as they feel they need to until I start calling them, saying where are the rules. After that, it goes to the Secretary of State, where it's 90 days it has to sit up there. And at some time during that point, hopefully some of you will go with us to the Government Operations Committee and ask questions from the legislature. So we're still looking from this point. It'll be early, I hope.
The actual law was passed in 2013, July.
Right. I mean, we really need to get as the chairman said, we've been commanded to do this, and we have no option, and we need to do it as quickly as we can. We need to do it right. That's the important thing. So, as we sit here today, after you...
Not a lot of wiggle room in this.
Well, remember that they've already been approved by the previous boards. So right now, from a timeline perspective, we, like Rob
the
said.
edge of getting a date to set the
Right,
hearing.
we set the hearing, and at that point, the public and other comments can be made, and some more changes at that point can be made. But before the next legislation starts, which is in January, we really need to have the rules we were entrusted to carry out.
Significantly farther along.
Yeah, further or in their hands. And then if, again, the following year, this is a work in progress. We will work at the rules. The curriculum is pretty much, if I'm wrong, let me know, but I think it's set in the statute, so.
The subject matter is, I think, yeah, it's up to the schools.
Yeah.
So, based on it, it's a timing issue again, right? So would it behoove the board to, I mean, we're sitting here being able to get stuff done moving forward. It sounds like we're a bit late on this piece without moving backward or working very quickly on something. So is there a recommendation from the director at this point on what to do with, I mean, I know you gave it to us to familiarize us with it and to get our arms wrapped around it some, but it seems like we're going 3 steps back here, and it's going to maybe paralyze anything from moving forward. So time's of the essence. So do we come up with some kind of formula now on what to do if something needs to be changed? I think what Mona said was great information, right? So we wouldn't want to miss that opportunity. But how do we do this in a way that gets you the timeline you need to get prepared to move forward?
If you would like to provide me with the comments you would like to see incorporated, those will be presented comments at the rulemaking hearing and be incorporated at that time. I mean, I can't go back and change, I don't want to go back and change this document now and backtrack any.
No, but we get to do this once a year, yeah?
No, this is like every 20 years.
Is it literally every 20?
I would love to kind
time.
of update y'all. One of the things that the previous boards, plural, did not do is look at their rules. They were very comfortable with what was there and what had been. One of the things as a combined board you will be tasked with doing is looking at what the barber rules do and what the cosmetology rules do. And next year, before legislative session, the next year, you will likely probably request, and maybe before this next legislative session, maybe send a letter to the Government Operations Committee and say, guys, our code section here might need to be changed, or there might need to be changed, through Rob and through your committees on things that are conflicting or that maybe you feel like need to be updated. The boards do that on occasion. Sometimes they ask their associations to carry legislation. Sometimes they send a letter directly from the board to the Government Operations Committee. Rules are a big thing. These rules are previously drafted and kind of approved through the pre-approval process. Like what Rob said, they've gone to the Attorney General's office and the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office and have been pre-approved. So he wanted y'all to familiarize yourself. You will absolutely, as a combined board, probably have 3 and 4 more rulemaking hearings in the next 2 years to standardize your rules because you are now a combined entity. And I think that the Government Operations Committee will expect you to do so. So I know history does show that they do not have rulemaking hearings. I think the last new rules were in 2008. And then I'm not sure how many people even knew that those were there. So that being said, do note that it's up to you on when you decide you want to have rules. And I think Rob's idea as to a rulemaking committee to hash out those details is very important. Because you do need to look at Cosmo rules and barber rules and what we do that's the same and what we do that's different, and make determinations and recommendations to the full board as to maybe we should ask for a statutory change here or a statutory change there, or maybe we like these differences between the industries and maybe we don't. So
Every year, just for housekeeping, because things tend to change over time. I don't want to have one every 20 years. I've seen some boards that had 20 years and didn't change the rules and had to rewrite the whole chapter. We don't want to be those people. Once we get this stuff that's required to be into the rules and effective and operative, then we'll have lots of opportunity to look at details and try to get them to where they correspond and work well for what we're trying to do.
I really believe in this industry, and I think if we don't evolve with our own rules and navigate our own way, that other entities are looking at our industry and they would like to have a fair share of the pie. And I think the only way that we can really protect ourselves is to govern these, or have the rules and people that really have the authority and the expertise to regulate them. It's not that we want more regulation, we just want it to be modern, to where it's just not doing things for obsolete thing, you know.
Rob, can I
Please,
ask a few
please.
things? On page 12, where it says reciprocity, I think this is brand new. There's a fee to even apply for reciprocity, is that correct?
There's always been the $50 fee. It's the fee for the license.
Okay.
Basically, which is $50, at least in the cosmetology. Right now, we collect it after they're approved. So like today's individuals that are going to be approved, they would pay it after the fact. What we are wanting to do is make the fee collected when they apply.
So they may or
it's-
may not be granted reciprocity.
Correct.
Moved it to the beginning.
It
of the
moves it to the
process.
beginning, because too many apply and never move here, never follow up. We've got open records. We've
Right.
done a lot of work for nothing.
I just wanted to clarify that. I
Yes.
think that's a great idea.
Yes.
And I had a couple other things. Let me just, a thorn in my side, and I think this is a moot point. I don't think there's anything I can do about this, but the apprenticeship program, which I'm all for apprenticeship programs, I'm very familiar with several. But is it set in law that it is 750 classroom hours and 750 apprentice hours?
50% is the law. So
Okay.
it depends on the program.
That just disturbs me because of the hours. Like in Georgia, 3,000 apprenticeship hours are required. More, like twice as much as the classroom hours. So, I don't know.
About 2 years behind on making that decision.
Well, I think you're going to run
That was
into,
made
like,
2 years
a
ago.
lot of people's not going to want to fool with the apprenticeship program, knowing they're having to keep up with their hours, and then they may charge them to come and do an apprenticeship, which they would have to pay on top of the school.
Rob, I have a question for you. I believe that may apply to that. I believe it's against the law for anyone who is a barber student for sure, and cosmetology as well, to be compensated or paid for their work while they are a student. So how is that going to work with the apprenticeship? So they're working in a shop for free?
Magic words, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, was written into the apprentice law. So even if it says it somewhere in some other body of law, they can accept payment under this law. Always trumps general.
That would only apply for those apprentices, not someone who is not within the apprentice program.
And right now, remember that this law is only for the cosmetology program. As we discuss what we want to propose for the barber examiner's program, and we'll discuss that deeper. I'm trying to balance our load today from October's meeting. We definitely have to propose a plan for the barber. Every board has been entrusted to do that, so it's a lot for you all to take in today.
And then we could also look at continuing education requirements for
Licensed.
those licensed professionals
Yeah.
as instructors. Okay. All right. Do we have any other comments on the cosmetology?
Go all day and night. We just have to,
I believe so.
I mean, we
This
just
is a
we just
three-day
have to
meeting.
decide to not decide.
Do you think you need committee commitments before the October meeting, or are you going to really think about it?
Well, my plan was to make you aware of these committee ideas and let y'all think about which one you might want to serve on. I wasn't really planning on any appointments today.
I think Mona's ready to go on one of them, if you ask me.
It's a work in process. I mean, I've made a lot of friends in Nashville and a few enemies, but it's, I think the rules of this can really set the pace for something great for our industry. And we can set some actual standards and new things as a leader in Tennessee. It'll be great.
I have one more question, because I really should have read this more thoroughly. A temporary permit on page 4, what's that? Who can get a temporary permit? At the top of page 4.
The barber section.
Oh, is this barber?
Oh,
Talking about.
I picked up a barber paper, sorry.
Still, what is it?
That's a whole different issue.
Sorry.
It's a different world. Trying to become the same.
Never mind.
Bless you.
There's another law that passed about military personnel being applicant rule. It's in both of these. I think it's a brand-new rule for cosmetology. Added licensing for military spouses. Barber rules, I didn't participate in writing. 17.
On page 17. Is that right? No?
Oh, here we go. Might be, I didn't participate in writing the barber rules, but that might be what that's referring to. It's a permit, temporary permit to your license.
Right, well, yeah, I understand that about the military. I was just looking.
This may or may not be the right time to mention this, but this is one concern that I've had in just reading these rules, is if the apprenticeship program is made, if you're a school, you can choose to participate in it or not. Does anyone feel what benefit would they have to participate in it? And then does that put them at a disadvantage? Because I know, like Mr. Gambuza said, I would think 90% of students would want to go to a school offering an apprenticeship program. So, I don't know, I guess.
The apprenticeship program idea was actually suggested initially from someone who was very familiar with it in California, and it was first taken to the legislature for the natural hair. I found out about it even after it was first presented, and sat down with the legislatures and spoke to them about including everyone that needed to be represented anytime somebody with cosmetology came up, including the estheticians and the manicurists. So a lot of it was determined for natural hair, and then the last committee that voted on it actually wrote the context of it. So, I mean, if that gives you any history of it, it was written for just like one faction, and then everybody else kind of got in on it. Is that interest in all of the, actually, if you read about apprenticeship programs for natural hair in California, it's almost verbatim.
Well, that's great. I'm just wondering if, as we're making notes and familiarizing ourselves, should we anticipate potential problems that may arise from making it not mandatory? I mean, you can't make it mandatory, but...
Right, the law allows it to be permissive,
Right.
so that's...
And that's the way the
not in our
legislature
hands.
did it.
Right.
Well, I understand that, but, okay, well...
I think it's a beautiful thing that the schools could have, you know,
Oh, it
both,
is, but then
you know.
I foresee all the students going to the schools where they can be in the apprenticeship program. I don't know why they would not.
I
Because-
think the caveat to that was, once you said they can be paid, I had the opportunity of either going to cosmetology school or a full-term apprenticeship. In the state of New Jersey, there is no barber schools. So it was either pay the beauty school or let a barbershop owner pay me. It wasn't a hard decision, right? So as a salon owner right now, I mean, I get somebody from beauty school who does a good job in their 1,500 hours, and then I take them through another 18 months, paying them above minimum wage. You know, I wind up having close to $9,500 in them per year prior to get a nickel back on them. So I think you're going to see a major sway of people preferring to take in-salon apprenticeship as opposed to in school.
But I guess your question was, how will it benefit the school?
I worry about the schools that choose not to participate.
I guess, is my.
There
That'll
is
be a
an-
business decision
That's a
on their part.
business
Well, I
decision.
guess that you're right.
Well, you got to come into effect with your NACA standards and all the rules that the school has to go by to meet the criteria to be accredited. All that comes into play.
I'm sorry, could you say
Accreditation
that
has been
again?
an
Yeah.
issue with
The
it.
accreditation says they got to be there so many hours, and if they do the apprenticeship, they're not, and there's just a whole thing they're trying to work through, I believe, on trying to get it worked out where it can work.
There is a very active lobby.
But you got
going
to
on.
meet the NACA's accreditation to get your federal funding, and then your federal funding is paid out by the hours that's attended to the school.
The absolute to the whole decision is that it's a definite game changer.
Got off track there, and excuse me, I just, everyone's
Good
making their
questions, good
comments.
information. Thank
And I
you.
think, I hate to interrupt you, but some of what Rob said, which is make sure that you're making notes. You've got the rules emailed to you. That's a good opportunity for you to keep making notes. And at this point, he'll guide us if we need to vote anything here. But basically, because they've been previously approved, we'll move on to the next stage, knowing that the 60-day timeline, legal has an exact number of days where things have to be posted. So the next round will be presenting those questions, suggestions, so that we can tweak it one more time and have it go its course, so that when, in January, the legislative session comes in, we've got a set of rules that everyone's at least comfortable with. They are a work in progress. I genuinely believe we're going to be doing this again next year and doing it deeper. So I think we just need to make notes so that we don't forget these things and keep improving.
On our suggestions via email or?
I'd like them to come through one place.
Go ahead and send them to me through email. That would
Perfect.
be wonderful. That's kind of when the rule passed, what I did the first round, and so that would be perfect. We'll make sure to have them. So you guide us on what you need for these now, and then we will move on.
Okay. Thank you very much for the discussion, for having not been involved in writing these rules. It was very astute. And we'll listen to comments again at the rulemaking hearing and see if they can be grafted into what we have. Next thing on the agenda is judges versus board hearings. You've already heard some of that. You heard some in orientation and some when I was talking about cases, but ALJ is an administrative law judge, and most of these cases are sanitary violations. Kind of an administrative law judge and not the board. And then they would them to you. But some cases that would involve consumer complaints or something that would involve a witness would probably be best done in front of you because you are the finder of fact. A notice of violation is hard to argue with because our litigator shows up with that. Cases that involved consumer complaints that ended up being a hearing, it would be best if those kind of cases were held before you. But see how this evolves over time. If you're one of those boards that wants to see everything, that's perfectly fine, up to you. We can talk about that in our at our next meeting. Pretty much all I had as far as a legal report. Probably a good idea. The previous boards allowed this, but they're not here anymore. So if you want to continue the practice of having the violation held in front of only a judge so you don't have to hear every single one of them, I would like to hear a motion that that's the way you would prefer to do it, and we'll continue scheduling. Lana would have the right to appeal to you as a next step. If you'd like to continue doing that so you don't have a loaded calendar with.
I think that's worked pretty well in the past.
Yes.
Okay.
I make a motion to continue here in front of a judge.
I'll second it.
Ms. Richmond has made the motion to continue in front of the judge, and Ms. Sappenfield has seconded it. Do we have any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about school inspections. Some of you have received a spreadsheet that has possibly 2 schools on it or as many as 8. This is the cosmetology schools that by statute we've talked about briefly. You're going to need to inspect. If you're a school owner, you do not. If you're an instructor, you do not per the statute. Otherwise, everyone will be inspecting them. What we're going to do is I will contact you directly via email or phone, and I think everyone that's going to inspect has an email so that we can coordinate a date for the inspector in your area to go with you to one of the schools that you have so you can be properly trained and guided. If you have iPads and like using them, I can get you the electronic version of that inspection sheet. It was voted on several months ago. The field inspectors now use it. We're going to try to wrap up what's urgent today, and then you'll see the forms the next time. But basically, they will go with you to the first school inspection. You're looking at records for the students, and we'll get them all done as quickly as possible. By August the 30th is when they're supposed to be done. Obviously, this year's a little bit of an exception, so we're just going to get them done hopefully by the end of October so that everything can be completed. You'll let us know when you've done an inspection so you can be reimbursed for the per diem and mileage and so forth. Okay? We've gone over the numbers already. If I can get everyone to turn their iPads on and hope we've got some battery. The next really important thing to discuss is our dates for our meetings. The website right now has 3 pending tentative dates for 2014. The boards used to meet on Mondays. That was consistent between the barber and the cosmetology board. I've left the board meetings on the first Monday of the month for October, November, and December. There was no board meeting in September for this year unless the board decides now that we need one for September. It's almost around the corner. It's October 6th is our next board meeting. Then the one after that would be November the 3rd and December the 1st. So I would like a motion to, if everyone's in agreement, keep the 3 dates for the 2014 calendar. And then below it are the dates, and I will make sure to email those to everyone so that you can properly document and put it in your calendars. Then we will put the 2015 on the website as well. If any of those dates are an issue or the board decides that you don't want the first Monday, now would be the time where we can look at that. But all the dates for 2015 are brand new dates. The boards traditionally have not had a meeting in January. It's just a slower month because of the holidays. They've never had a meeting in July, so I respected that as well. And then September is also left without a meeting. So we would have 9 meetings in the year, and right now they're set for that first Monday.
Do you have any input or any conflicts that we should talk about?
The only one I've ever had a problem with is the February meeting, because that's Super Bowl Sunday. Every time, and I'm traveling up here.
First things first, baby, right?
It's my birthday weekend, too.
I'm just saying.
It's my birthday weekend, too, so we could move it.
And if for February we want it to be the second Monday, we're going to publish it with plenty of time. I remember thinking that the one in December was tough because it was right after the long weekend. We hadn't had a chance in the office to get paperwork, and then we were back in a meeting. But I was told that it had to be that first Monday. Now it's up to you all to decide, so.
Need a motion for the exception of February?
Absolutely. We can accept all the dates and move the February date from February the 2nd to February the 9th. If that's what the board desires, that is.
Or help your office a lot if that was moved also?
What happens with the office isn't just the office, it's the licensees. Because if we're not there and they've sent things, by the time we come in after a 4-day weekend, such as the Thanksgiving, it becomes difficult to include as many as possible. And that's our goal, is to get as many as possible into the last minute.
February is the second Monday instead of the first?
That would be perfect.
Because there's not one in January, so that would really.
Right. It makes more sense to me, yes.
February pile up. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're looking at the possibility of approving the 2014 dates as they are, and for the 2015, moving the February to the second Monday, which would be February the 9th, and then the December meeting from the 7th through the 14th, if I'm doing my math right, for 2015.
But this year's dates are not up for
change?
For change. I'm just thinking about, it doesn't matter to me, but the December 1st is right after the
It
Thanksgiving.
is. It's the same theory. And if, yeah, I mean, we can change it on the website this week. It should give people plenty of time. And so the first would become December the 8th. Is that correct? We would move this year's December. If everyone's okay, it does make a lot more sense. It was one of those dates I struggled with. So the 2014 dates would be October the 6th, November the 3rd, and December the 8th. And then the 2015 dates are, everything's still always Mondays, but it would be February the 9th and then December the 14th. And I would need a motion and a second.
December the 8th would be hard for me.
It would?
It would be hard for me this year. I already have some obligations.
But we can leave it the 1st for this year. That's okay. There is no meeting in January. The other option is to move it to the 3rd, but that's really close to the holiday. Why don't we leave December for the 1st? And then we 2015 we can set aside.
Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to change the date in February to February the 9th,
I'll second it.
leaving everything else as is for our meetings.
And we're changing the December in 2015 as well to December the 14th, correct? That good?
February and December.
Perfect.
So thank me when it's Super Bowl Sunday.
Thank you.
Got a second?
Thinking about
All in
you.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
I would just like to make a comment. I don't have my 2014 schedule here, and I do have some previous speaking engagements that usually fall on either Sunday or Monday. So I just want to, I'll check tomorrow and
Absolutely.
get back with your office. just
Absolutely.
to notify you.
That sounds great. I definitely, and I will get these dates to everyone via email, definitely this week. On your agendas or on your iPads, just about at the end, before on page 129, is the old record of completion and withdrawal form for the Barber Board. To bring everybody a little bit up to speed, that document was changed for the Cosmetology Board to be a PDF fillable form. It was approved by that board because all schools ran out of their paper forms. And as we're moving to being paperless, that was one of the documents we changed. The Barber Board did not have a chance to review it, consider it, or approve it because all the schools had plenty of paper. At this point, since we are one board, the item on page 130, the last thing on your iPads, is the new revised one document. It's a record of withdrawal or of transfer that schools would get. It's a PDF document. I will be emailing it with the new title of the board to every school after this meeting, hopefully again by Friday, so that they all have it. I do need an approval or a motion because the Barber Board had never approved this form, so it's brand new to the Barber Boards. And then the Barber schools, we probably don't have email for most, but we're going to work real hard to get it and send it to the Barber schools as well so that they have this PDF document. It's not something that's online. We don't want the students to have it. This is what the schools fill out when a student really leaves, not when they finish schooling, but when they're transferring to another school or withdrawing completely because they're moving to another state.
So we would need a motion to accept this new electronic application.
I'll make a motion we accept.
Second.
We have a motion that's properly seconded to accept. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Congratulations.
Wonderful, wonderful, thank you. As much as I just finished saying we're paperless, I'm going to pass around a piece of paper. And I'll explain why. We actually need the board to vote on a stamp for our new board with our new name. Right now, there are certain states and students that ask for certification of student hours or certification for our license, and they need it in paper. We, as a board, now send it via email to almost every single state. It's wonderful. They can authentify who it's coming from. But for those that need paper, we actually own two separate stamps. They're the old kind of stamps you push down. They're raised seal, and that's what we've been sending. Of course, it has the wrong name. We are no longer the Cosmetology Board and the Barber Examiners Board. So in order for us to order one, it has to be approved by this board to have the new name. So that's the first thing you're going to vote on. And then basically, this is our time to decide. Do we want the stamp kind you have to press down, or would the board be okay with just a stamp version? And it's what you've probably seen on documents that notaries do, anything like that. So it's just a stamp. The wet stamp, right. It would be a wet stamp.
Spray seal versus ink.
Right, and my recommendation would be ink for cost purposes, ease to get it. It would just be one in the board office that has the combined board name. But if you've got any other ideas, states are doing it differently, and a lot of states like us are doing them electronically. This is for those students or states that have to have the paper.
Because in schools, we do have to have a copy if they transfer, and it has to be certified. So that's the reason we have to have a copy paper for their files.
Are we supposed to do something?
Yeah, pass that around, just so you can feel, this is what, and this is just really, it was to entertain you all at the end of the day. This is what we currently use. That's the best I got.
I'm easily entertained.
That's awesome. Oh, wait, did they say different things?
Or we need to make a motion on whether the wet stamp or whatever?
That is correct.
I'll make a motion to use the wet stamp.
No, those are the old ones that we have, and you'll notice it's Barbara Examiners. If you can even see, what you have to do is take a pencil and color it in. It's an art. And so, as opposed to having it raised that way, if we can go with a wet stamp, it would say State Board of Cosmetology and Barbara Examiners, which is our name. So we have a motion from Ms. Richmond, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For a wet stamp.
Wet stamp.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to accept a wet stamp for our board seals. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. We have a wet stamp.
Thank you. And one of the last items I do want to update the board on, and then if you've got any questions before we adjourn, is the foreign language. We talked about it a little bit. The board we've been making some headway. Our area that does procurements and looks at contracts is looking to do an amendment to PSI that does include now an actual budget amount. What we've looked at is adding 2 languages. They're the languages that our demographics require the most of, and they are testing in only the license types that we really have the need for. Those license types are cosmetology, manicuring, and esthetician. If in time we need more, and we address it at that point, but right now those are the 3 license types, and the languages would be Spanish and Vietnamese. And
That would be great.
We're moving ahead. I just wanted to give everybody that knowledge, because today's been a lot of information and licensees that you've heard that we have some situations with. And that is all that I have that is definitely pressing. October will be busy, but not this bad.
With that, I'd like to just say one more thing before we close. First of all, welcome to all the new board members, and thank you for the positions that we've been elected for. I'll give you a moment in just a second. I'd like to thank the public who has come today for participating. We appreciate your patience and your long service sitting back there listening to us as we hash this out. So thank you. Make this board your board and come down and participate. We appreciate you very much. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone for your time. I know everyone's time is valuable, and this is serving our community and our state and our profession. And so I thank you all for choosing to do that. And I'm excited about what we're going to accomplish. And I think the more everyone contributes and the more we stay active and just engaged, I think the better off we'll do and the more we can accomplish. So I'm looking forward to it.
I am too, and I appreciate everybody here and look forward to all the changes we're going to do here.
With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. We're adjourned.
Thanks for the iPad.
Did you want to
That
keep
was a great
these
gift.
copies? Did you want to keep these
Yes,
copies?
I'm gonna
You make quite a spread over here, Mr. Finger.
Nothing